have to do it again. Oh, there's okay.
I think everybody's ready. Everybody, call this meeting to order. Everybody can rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do a roll call, Madam Auditor.
Councilmember Rivas.
Here.
Councilmember Bozak.
Present.
Councilmember Brickner.
Here.
Councilmember Graham. Here. Councilmember Justin.
Here.
Councilmember Stern.
Present.
And Councilmember Wagner.
Here.
Seven present.
All right, approval of the regular council minutes for June 28th, 2022. So moved. Motion second. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign. First reading, Madam Auditor.
Notice is hereby given the taxpayers of Porter County, Indiana, that the proper legal officers of Porter County, Indiana will meet in the Porter County Government Administration Building located at 155 Indiana Avenue, Valparaiso, Indiana, on August 30th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. to consider the following appropriation adjustments to county budgets for the year 2022 and to transact any further business which might come before the council. General Fund, Coroner, Consultants, $100,000. Elections, Absentee Boards, $8,000. Elections, Polling Place Boards, $53,000. Elections, Salaries, $79,964. Superior Court, Legal, $40,000. Health Fund, Salaries, $50,000. FICA, $3,900. PERF, $5,600. Stormwater and Development, Gas, Fuel, and Lubrication, $5,000. Sheriff Sex and Violent Offender Fund, Motor Vehicles, $53,000. Tax Sale Fees Fund, Contractual, $70,000. Sheriff Donation Fund, Patrol K-9, $15,000. Trail Fund, Contractual Services, $45,780. Taxpayers appearing at such meeting shall have a right to be heard thereon. The appropriation adjustments is finally made will be referred to the Indiana Department of Local Government Finance. Where applicable, the DLGF will make a written determination as to the sufficiency of funds to support the appropriations made. Signed, Vicki Urbanek, Auditor of Porter County. Published August 11th, 2022 in the Chesterton Tribune.
Thank you, Vicki. All right, so I'm going to move things around. I'm guessing the crowd is big because maybe some people want to hear the study. So, Addie, we're going to bump you to the beginning. So, if you want to come up and, we got a long agenda. So, go over it thoroughly. But I don't know if everybody wants to be here for 3 hours. We might be.
Good evening.
Hello.
As Jeremy said, I'm Addie Rooker with Wagner, Irwin & Sheely. I've been a consultant with the firm, and this is the beginning of my 22nd year. And I'm glad to be here today in person. Nice. Nice change of pace. So tonight I'm going to walk you through the report, hit some of the highlights. There's a lot of material here, and then walk you through the compensation analysis, explain what you have, point out some highlights of different areas in those spreadsheets, and then answer any questions that you have. First of all, I would just like to give a special thanks to Rhonda Young. I know she's not here tonight, but she was integral in coordinating this project and getting information from department heads to us and answering questions that we had. And also, just a special thank you to the department heads and the elected officials. They have put a lot of time and effort into this project. We had almost, not quite 100% participation, but very close. And we spent a lot of time with certain departments going back and forth, getting the job descriptions right, and working out some questions and concerns between what we had and what they had. So I just want to thank them for all their time as well.
Question, are there some departments not included based on that comment?
Yes.
That wouldn't give you information to be included?
There were 2 courts that participated, the others did not.
Did they tell you why?
Not to my knowledge.
You know what courts those were?
The courts that participated were, Circuit Court and Superior Court 1.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to start with the report. Basically, the project objectives were to prepare job descriptions for all the full-time positions using job questionnaires in your existing job descriptions. We also looked at the Fair Labor Standards Act, did an analysis of all positions, making sure they were compliant with the FLSA as far as classified as exempt, non-exempt, or excluded as far as overtime purposes. Then we classified all the positions according to the factor evaluation system, designating, using guide charts to assign points for those positions. Conducted an internal salary analysis that is comparing the factor points to your current pay schedules and identifying any internal pay equity issues. And then last of all, we conducted an external salary analysis so you could see how positions compare to the external market. As you know, under Indiana Code 36-2-5-3, the County Council is granted the power to fix the number of officers, deputies, and employees, describe and classify positions, and services. So this is the classification system that you've done here. Adopting schedules of compensation, and then hiring a contracting person to assist with the development of such schedules. And that's what our role has been. So just a little background of what the factor evaluation system is. It is a job classification system that was developed by the Department of Labor that is designed for public sector jobs. Most counties or cities across the state of Indiana that have a job classification system will use this system. It may look a little bit different from what you have here in front of you today, but every system that we put together is customized to the individual client or to your county specifically. So the SES system sorts positions into job categories, and then we're only comparing like jobs to each other. So for instance, we're not comparing truck drivers to court reporters or merit deputies to custodians. They each have their own category and will have a separate classification and compensation pay plan. So installing the FES includes the following steps: collecting job information, writing the job descriptions, classifying positions, determining the factor evaluations, and then conducting the wage and salary analysis. So as far as the job descriptions, this is where we collected job information from all of the departments. We had phone or Zoom interviews with department heads, elected officials to collect job information, collect information about their departments, rank structure, organizational structure, gave them an opportunity to express concerns and ask questions that they had at that time. We distributed questionnaires to all the employees who completed those. They signed off on them, stating that the information was accurate. The supervisors were asked to sign off on those too. We used that information then to prepare draft job descriptions, and those draft job descriptions were returned to the employees, to the departments, with a sign-off sheet, so they were asked to review those, mark them if they were, yes, accurate with no revisions, or accurate with the following revisions, or in some worst-case scenario, no, this is completely wrong, we need a redo. So I know with the Sheriff's Department, we got way too specific, so we worked with them closely and pulled out some of those specialty items and made more of a general job description to fit each of their ranks. And that took some time, but we were able to work with them to do that. So the main sections of each job description, they'll vary a little bit in format by category, but you'll see job requirements, skills and knowledge, difficulty of work, responsibility, personal work relationships, physical effort, working conditions, and work environment. The job descriptions, not only are they useful for establishing a job classification and compensation system, but they're also very useful for identifying the essential functions of the jobs for the Americans with Disabilities Act, making sure you're in compliance with other government regulations like the Fair Labor Standards Act, Equal Pay Act, FMLA, OSHA, all of those regulations. They establish minimum hiring requirements, qualifications, and they can be used for documenting training, promotions, and just conditions of employment. And also, you can also use the job descriptions for performance evaluations as well. So, as I mentioned, the FES uses job categories, so all positions were assigned to a job category. The categories that were used for Porter County include COMMET, which is Computer Office Machine Operation Technician, and those are, many of the support jobs in the county offices fall into this category. They require on-the-job training, some basic office skills, some technical skills, some may even have some supervisory responsibilities, but they're usually support positions. Just some sample examples of titles that would fall here would be receptionist, deputy, administrative assistant, office manager, paralegal, executive assistant, and court reporter. The next category is LTC, labor, trades, and crafts. These positions primarily fall in the highway department. They involve skills and knowledge that can be learned on the job. They may have some technical skills as well. It can be skilled and unskilled labor. The sample titles include custodian, compost attendant, grounds building maintenance, driver, laborer, equipment operator, mechanic, and foreman. The PAC category, the professional, administrative, technological. These positions usually require a bachelor's degree or equivalent training and education, maybe or some other technical skill that would place them there. Some of the examples for these include code enforcement officer, victim advocate, environmental health specialist, building commissioner, senior network engineer. Then we have pole category. You'll see kind of 3 different flavors of those when we go through the pay plans, but they are protective occupations law enforcement. We have this what we call the civilian pole, which are positions like jailer, telecommunicator, jail commander, assistant jail commander, and then we have merit pole who are required to go through the NEL Law Enforcement Academy for the specific training to be a merit officer and have to follow the merit rules. So those positions are patrol officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, division commander, and major, some of those samples. Then we have the executive group. These are primarily your department heads and your engineers fall in this group. They are the individuals that are planning, running, organizing your operations of the county, these offices. Sample titles, again, are the Human Resources Director, EMA Director, Highway Superintendent, Director of IT, Director of Engineering. And then we have one last group. This is a special occupation. These are positions that don't necessarily fit in these other groups for different reasons. For example, probation officers, they're required to follow the Indiana Judicial Conference minimum salary schedule, so they're pulled out because they have to follow a separate salary schedule. The chief deputies of the elected offices, they are politically appointed positions, so we pull them out as well. And we will talk about how their pay is set a little bit later. So other examples include public defender, deputy prosecutor, probation officer, jail matron, magistrate, and health officer. Those all fall in the SO category. So once all the job descriptions were written, each job description was evaluated and factored by a factor team. And these guide charts, there's a separate set of guide charts for each category, and they are designed to give evaluators a quantitative value of what the relative worth of the job is. And then on page 7, we've listed the different guide chart factors for what we use for LTC, COMMET, PAT, civilian pole, juvenile detention, and merit pole. Those, I won't read the description, but I'll just list them out. Job requirements, difficulty of work, responsibility, personal work relationships, and work environment. And then there's a separate set of guide charts for executives, and those factors are skills and knowledge, impact, complexity, difficulty, and then relationships. So that's just kind of a quick summary of the FES and how the system is set up. Just to go into some findings and recommendations as we conducted this project. Currently, the county does not utilize a formal job classification system. So what I mean by that is there are no factor points that are assigned to positions to determine job placement or compensation. So that makes it impossible, nearly impossible, to justify while Sam is paid one rate and Joe is paid another rate. So what we have done, we have classified all your positions, we've assigned factor points, classification levels, so now you have a system that can be defended and you can justify why one position is classified at this level and another position is classified at a different level. We also established internal base salaries for the LTC, comment, PAT, civilian poll, and the poll juvenile detention to ensure internal pay equity among the like classified positions. So you'll see one base salary and then an external salary range for each classification level. That way, like classified jobs are going to be paid the same or within the same pay range. And then we have the external ranges for all the categories, including exec, merit poll, and the SOs. The second finding was with the job titles. During the process, we found several positions that needed and received different job titles. The one example, and this was used not just with the facilities engineer positions, but the engineer was used in different areas as well. And really that title shouldn't be used unless they're an actual qualified engineer. So we've recommended some new titles. And then like for example, in the recorder's office, there was labeling like Deputy 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that we found, based on the job description information, that was more used as kind of seniority steps than actual separate pay levels. There wasn't enough in the job descriptions to make them different where they would be classified in different levels. Except for one position one had a little more responsibility, but the others you'll see, they will be grouped together. The third finding, we developed tiered compensation system. So within some classification grades, you'll find positions that have levels. So it basically provides a promotion ladder within the same job as an incentive for job retention. So this was done you already kind of had the system going with your jailers. You had probationary, first class, second class, telecommunicators, you had probationary, first class telecommunicators. So we kind of kept with that system, either using the probationary, first class, second class, or level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, for paralegals, grounds building maintenance, again, jailers, telecommunicators, detention officers, and patrol officers and the sheriff. I think they're established that way as well. And then the other ones that we developed a tiered system for, and I'll explain that system when we get to it, is the deputy prosecutors and the public defenders, establishing 3 levels of salary ranges based on the experience, case level, and supervisory functions. The next one, number 4, is pay discrepancies. So one of the biggest concerns that we had from an outside view was the large pay discrepancies in some of the categories. Especially in the comment and the PAT, that seemed to be a little more widespread. In your polls and your LTCs, they tended to follow a more rank structure of those departments, so there wasn't as much pay discrepancy. But for example, in the comment A, the positions, their salaries reflect salaries ranging from $30,899 to $45,520. So these are light classified positions in the same level. That's a 47% spread in pay. So that's a little broader than what we would prefer. In Pat in Pat B, the same thing. You had positions ranging from $40,000 up to $70,569. That's 76% spread in pay. Also in Pat, there were, just for example, these are just examples, there were victim advocate positions. There were 5 of them. 4 were all paid the same, $45,000, and we had 1 that was paid $37,132. So these discrepancies are just concerns to us, because we don't know why they were paid that way, and we need to be able to justify pay differences as a county, so you preserve that equal pay for equal work. So what we did, we established the internal base rate for each level to correct those internal pay equity issues, and then developed external salary ranges with spreads of 22.2% up to 33.3%, depending on the category. The 5th finding, pay differentials. In the merit poll, we found that these positions were very well internally aligned. Rank structure, there were each rank, they were all paid the same, which is great. Then we looked at pay differentials between the ranks, and we usually like to see anywhere between 4 and 7% between ranks for the poll positions, or for the merit poll especially. And between the first class patrol officer and corporal, there was only a 1.9% pay differential, and between corporal and sergeant, there was a 1.9 pay differential. So we established a rank pay differential at a minimum of 4% between those ranks to get that a little bit broader to match what the external market is as well. Civilian poll, again, we found one concern there with pay differentials between the first class jailer and the jail corporal. That was only 2.3%, so we established a pay differential of 5.1% for that group. And LTC, again, very minimal pay discrepancies, but we found for the highway department, between the driver and the equipment operator, there was only 1.5% pay differential, and between the assistant foreman and the district foreman, there was only 1.8% pay differential. So again, we wanted to widen that. Yes, go ahead.
When you say you're widening it, does that mean you're lowering one and hiring another, or just went higher on the other one to get that 4%, or everything's...
We just ensured, yeah, so like, we didn't necessarily chop one down, but we brought more added into those internals. So you'll see that, I'll show you that when we get to the internal on the pay plans. But yeah, just ensuring that you want an incentive for the employees to move up to the next classification or to take on more responsibility. So there's not much pay difference at a 1.5% pay differential, and we've been working with counties long enough that we get some complaints like we need them to offer more for them to take on this added responsibility. Otherwise, they're just going to stay as an equipment operator or mechanic. They don't have to do the paperwork, those type of things. So that's why that was done.
Thank you.
The 6th finding was regarding probation officers. Overall, the probation officers are paid in compliance with the Indiana Judicial Conference. Just as we were going through this, we found one kind of pay compression issue that you just want to be aware of, that you may want to make some changes in the future. It's nothing major, but we have the Juvenile Services Executive Director that is currently, that position requires a probation officer certification, so that means that it has to be paid according to the schedule. All your other executive directors are in the executive category as department heads, with different pay ranges. And so your Juvenile Services Executive Director is paid $82,835, which is the same as the two subordinates that this position supervises, Juvenile Detention Director and Juvenile Chief Probation Officer, because again, they're paid according to the schedule, which you're in compliance with. Our concern, just from human resources perspective, if that individual in that director position who has 24 years of experience leaves, and you have someone with less than 20 years, that director will be paid less on that schedule than the two individuals they supervise, which may not be a concern. We want to bring that to your attention. If that position did not require the probation officer certification, we would recommend that it be moved to the executive job category. And I know it's not common practice to pay above the schedule, and that's not usually what council like to hear, to pay above the schedule, but just keep that in mind and keep an eye on that pay compression issue. All right, number 7, longevity pay. You currently have a longevity pay program that ensures that new hires aren't paid the same total compensation as someone that's been here longer. Your system starts after 3 years, so one of our recommendations is to maybe consider starting that after 1 year. We know you've had some recruitment or retention problems most counties have, so that might just help improve some of the retention, and possibly you might revisit maybe bumping up the amounts of the longevity, or increase them and shorten the number of years, and like shift everything up is kind of what you might consider to promote some of the retention for your employees. Number 8 is technical or specialty pay. So when we were working with the Sheriff's Department, jail, detention, we found that a lot of them have special duties above and beyond their basic job, and it's common in law enforcement and public safety positions to have a add-on technical or specialty pay for certain specialties. So this is just something that you might consider in the future. We would recommend that if this system were to be implemented, that the council maintain control as far as either how many specialties per employee or a capped dollar amount of specialties. I've seen it before where they assign, for let's say SWAT team, you assign a certain dollar amount, and then so many employees could have that specialty, or just per employee you can have no more than, let's say, $2,000 in specialties and cap it at that. They can have as many specialties as they want, but they can't be paid more than a certain cap number. Our department had interviews. Finding number 9, it was reported by numerous department heads, elected officials, that the employee pay, they were having a detrimental impact on some of their ability to hire, retain quality employees, and they did voice their support for this independent study. So here you have objective data now that you can make informed decisions about making pay adjustments and how you want to identify salary issues going forward. Overall, the last finding in our compensation analysis, we did find that the county is lagging behind the external market with your current salaries. What we have today are some options to, one, get a structured foundation for making sure you have internal pay equity, and then a way to systematically adjust employee salaries to be closer to the external market. So on page 12, these are the classification levels by category. So again, jobs that were very close in points when they were factored are in one classification level, and so we've listed them out here for each of the categories, except for SO, they don't have specific levels. They're listed for you to look at on page 12 and 13. I won't walk you through those. Then we get into the Fair Labor Standards Act review. Again, we evaluate each position according to the Fair Labor Standards Act test for exemption, and a job, in order to be exempt, it has to meet one of the 3 tests for exemption, and there's different criteria. So we looked at all of those. The recommended FLSA status for each position is listed on the spreadsheets, and then will be listed on your final job descriptions as well. The study, the external salary analysis, we use benchmark positions for each category to collect salary data, and the sources are listed on page 14 for the county, cities, and other compensation sources. what we did is we established a external salary line for each job category. So this is a regression of all the salary data that was collected for each category. And then our methodology focuses on the middle 80% of the data. So anything, you know, taking off the top 10 and bottom 10, focusing on the middle average data, that's what you're going to see reflected in the external analysis. That way it takes out any salaries that are skewing it to one end or the other. And in addition, we also provided a inflation option using the Social Security Administration 5.6% cost of living adjustment for 2022. And then just to give you a heads up, they're projecting, the Committee for Reasonable Government is projecting a 8.86 national cost of living increase in 2023. And that's national, but that's just to kind of keep things in perspective. Right now, no one can keep up, so don't worry.
Not even close.
In the spreadsheets, you'll see the comparisons to the external market. When that term external market is the average of all the data collected, so we've established a nice external pay line, which is the average or mean of that data. So just bottom of page 15, elements of a pay philosophy. Again, these are things for the council to consider and how you want to move forward, but internal pay equity, this is the pay relationship among like classified jobs. We normally recommend this be your number one priority, correcting any internal pay equities among positions. External pay equity, this is the relationship to the jobs in the external market. Where do you want your employees to be paid in comparison to the market? Do you want to be at market? Do you want to be a pay leader? Or do you want to be just close to the market? And what do you need to pay employees to attract and retain quality employees? Performance pay, this is, again, pay linked to performance. You would have to establish a performance-based system. As you probably know, this hasn't gone over real well in county government, but it is something that could be implemented. Longevity pay, you have that system already, and then technical pay, again, add-on for any specialty pay certifications, and we kind of briefly discussed that already. So what you have, all this information, it is a lot of information, and I know it'll take a while to digest, but this will be a valuable tool for you to use in making decisions going forward. Now you have up-to-date, accurate salary data to use by job category, by department, by position, in setting pay and how you do that. And it doesn't have to be, I know a lot of times councils think that it has to be the same for everyone, but as you're going to see, they're by category, how they compare to the market is different by category, and maybe recruitment or retention is different by category. So those are things you could establish different adjustments for different categories. We often get asked, you know, we can't fund this 100%. What are our options in implementing? So we've listed some ways that other counties have done it in the past. These are just examples on page 16. We've seen it where they want to make adjustments to the external market, and they want to phase it in 2 years, so they fund whatever if positions require a $10,000 adjustment to get to market, you fund $5,000 in 2023 and the other $5,000 in 2024. That's one option. Other option is to, again, phase it in, go to market in 2 or 3 years and set a flat dollar amount. You have this many funds, this is how much we can allocate per employee, and we're going to pay no more than, you know, $3,000 towards that. And then the other option is set it to a percentage, the adjustments to a percentage of the external market that you can afford, and then fund it 100%. So it could be 90%, 92%. Those are just, again, examples. And And then on the last page of the report, maintaining the job classification system. So this is one of the most important pieces as far as once you get a system and the council decide on what they want to do, adopting a system, important to maintain the system, having a process for adding new jobs, reviewing jobs, making changes. So, and it's important to have an ongoing analysis of looking at salaries to see where you are. So we usually recommend every 2 or 3 years at the most, try and have a salary recap to see where you are to the market. Some counties do it every year, but that's not feasible for everyone. But we will provide the county with a maintenance plan that then you can customize to fit exactly how you want to maintain the system. And then we are here as an ongoing as-needed basis with anything as far as implementing the system, developing forms, policies, updating job descriptions, reviewing positions, factoring positions, again, conducting the annual salary analysis, and then providing consultation as needed. Are there any questions on the report?
I just have a comment that I wanted, because we talked earlier, I just want to make sure everyone understands that this is just based on salary, no compensation. So like our sheriff's deputies that cruisers take home, that's not counted in this. So anyone that gets anything above and beyond salary, we don't have a comparison.
Right, we were not asked to do a total compensation.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, so what you'll see in the spreadsheets are direct salary comparison to salary comparison to other entities.
And then, do we have any classifications that no one else had by any chance, just out of curiosity? Like, do we have any jobs here with our county that other counties or other entities that you compared didn't have?
I mean, you have some specialty jobs with, different titles, but nothing really stood out that was drastically unique.
And you found that they fit in that easy category then, too?
Yeah, and I'll talk about the SOs, some of those, but you had very few overall SOs as far as, like jobs that just didn't fit. But yeah, I'll touch on some of those. Any other questions on the report?
I noticed that, on our external salary analysis, that you also had the city of Chicago and, as a high end, and, Allen County, and there was some pretty high-end counties and cities that were included in this. I just wanted to make that remark.
Yes. And again, we focus on the middle 80%, so if there was something that was drastically high or drastically low, those were thrown out. All right, I'll start with the pay plans in the packet, so they should be in the same order. We're going to start with the LTC, Labor, Trades, and Crafts. The job category is listed up in the top left corner. I know, I apologize, it's a little small. A lot of information to put on the spreadsheet.
Do you have this so they can display it so the public can see, or no? Or do you not want to do that?
It'll be very small.
Oh, I was just asking. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you under pressure.
So if you can use the PDF version.
We'll use the PDF.
Okay. All right, well, I'll go ahead and start, and then we can catch up with so for the LTC, there are a total of 79 LTC positions. So we established in this group 7 classification levels. So first of all, I just want to walk you through how the spreadsheet is set up, and then most of them are set up a similar way. So going across the top, we have the department, the position, the job classification. So for this is LTC A, B, C. Those are the classification levels. The 2022 pay rate, 2022 salary, their work hours, the recommended FLSA status. And then we have 2 columns that cover the internal analysis. So this is what we're talking about, establishing the internal base salary. So we've established an internal base hourly rate and an internal base salary. And the salary would change if the work hours vary. So it's reflective of a 7-hour day or an 8-hour day, depending on what that position is working. But the hourly rates are the same for each classification level. Then we have the external salary analysis, and this is a group of 6 columns. The external midpoint salary and external midpoint hourly rate, that is what I was referring to in the report as the external mean or average of all the data that was collected. So that external midpoint is your pay line going down the classifications. And then we have established a external salary range off of that midpoint. So the external low is 10% below the external midpoint, and then the external high is 10% above the external midpoint. And then we have the cost analysis. So we've cost out each position, what it would cost to move to the internal base salary, and then what it would cost to move to the external midpoint salary. And then at the very last 2 columns, this is the inflation option that I referenced. So we have cost out an external midpoint with a 5.6% cost of living adjustment, and then costed out what it would cost to move that position to that salary. So if you're just looking at LTCA, if you look at the second line, the custodian, they're currently making $30,900. We established an internal base salary of $34,415. So that position, just to move to the internal base, would be a $3,515 adjustment. Make sure everybody's following along here, okay? And then for the external midpoint for that LTCA was $36,532. So to move that specific position to the midpoint was a $5,632 adjustment. And then with the cost of living, the salary came out to be $38,578, which was a $7,678 adjustment. So that's how the spreadsheet works. Yes.
You started on number 2. Is there a reason you skipped number 1? Is it because that's suggesting a potential pay decrease?
Well, it wasn't a very good example because it was already paid above both the internal base salary and the external. So I wanted to show you how the cost worked. And good question. Ones that show 0, we never recommend pay cuts. Most of the positions, and I'll go into detail in these spreadsheets, but most positions that do show 0 aren't necessarily what we would call a high outlier. They're still within the range. There are just a very few that are really high outliers, and I will make comment on some of those, but...
It's just confusing to me because you're taking all the custodians to a similar pay, except this one would be higher, by a couple $1,000. That's what I was trying to figure it out.
Well, currently, this was one of the pay discrepancies. So you have 8 custodians, 6 of them are paid $30,900, 1 is paid $32,824, and then you have 1 paid $37,319. Again, not sure why this is or if it can be justified. Maybe it can be. Maybe the one has been here for 25 years. I don't know. But that, so what we've done, we've established to maintain internal pay equity, they should all be paid at least $34,415. That would establish internal pay equity. So you still have a couple that are paid, or at least one that's paid slightly higher, but we wouldn't recommend that.
You can't justify why that person was paid slightly higher through your reporting or whatever that you did?
No.
I'm not saying to cut any pay, just so everyone's clear. I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying that.
That wasn't, yeah, we didn't dig.
I'm just trying to understand. Okay,
right,
thank you.
Right.
A question or a comment too. Wouldn't it vary on the amount of years they've been here?
Right, it may be a longevity. They could have been here for...
Somebody just hired in to somebody that's been here for years.
Right, and that could be.
So maybe we need to have classes in this one if we're going to have one that's 37?
If that's warranted, but
I'm asking you, I don't know.
Yeah, what we were provided, they were all doing the same job. So it was concerning that there was that large a pay spread.
But if somebody was working longer, they generally would get paid more. Somebody's here for 15 years, but with our longevity, are you almost suggesting that the only pay difference would be that someone would get more longevity pay than someone else?
Right, so the longevity pay is for it's for your years of service. That's what that's for. You're rewarding people for being here. They don't have to do anything else. They don't have to gain more responsibility, more skills. They just serve their time. So what we're looking at here is base salary, equal pay for equal work. All of these custodians have the same job description. So when you're looking at just from a salary perspective, that's a concern. If it can be justified, then great. But what we would say is that if you have longevity pay, then that be added on separate, so it's not rolled into your salary to confuse the pay.
So Addie, are you suggesting that the longevity is this truly base salary, or does it include longevity?
These were the
numbers here.
These were the salaries from the salary ordinance.
So would that or would that not?
I don't believe so, no.
I don't believe it included
Longevity, no.
So this is pure salary.
That was my understanding of that was my understanding with those salaries. So 32 out of the 79 LTC positions fell below the internal base salary. 20 out of the 79 positions were compensated below the external low salary, and then all but 2 positions fell below the external midpoint salary. Again, and we only found one high outlier position, meaning it was paid above the external high salary.
So Eddie, what was the formula used for the internal base salary?
That is a internal regression of the factor points to your current salaries.
I mean, I see down in the LTCC, the current salary for any, if not all of those, is $47,507, so the internal base is $47,507.
Right.
But then up at the top, LTCA, it's $34,415, which, I don't know, is that an average of those salaries, or where did that come from?
Yeah, so that's a statistical analysis we take and run in a regression where you take it's kind of like a scatter point where you find the line of best fit with the salaries and the factor points.
So theoretically, what that job should...
Yes, so we're trying to establish the internal pay line. So as the factor points go up and the responsibility in the job goes up, the pay goes up. So it's trying to get that line established so it's kind of consistent through the category.
Okay.
So we did establish just a tiered system with the building and grounds and LTCB. There were 3 grounds building maintenance positions, and there was one position that was a lead position. With the job descriptions were basically the same, but this one position had additional responsibility, more of a working leader, but it wasn't enough to bump it to a separate classification level, so we established a tiered pay within that classification level. So those positions would not be paid the same. And again, we already talked about the pay discrepancy or the pay differentials, but you can see between the driver and the equipment operator, the drivers are currently paid $47,507, and then the equipment operators are paid $48,214. So again, that accounts for some of that internal adjustment as well. So to move all the LTC positions to the internal base was $78,173, a 2.57% increase over your current salaries. And then to go to the external midpoint, that was $205,561, which was a 6.76% increase over your current salaries. And then if you moved all positions to the midpoint with the 5.6 cost of living, it was $383,370, 12.61% increase.
So that's not, these jobs that you've got, custodians, grounds, composite attendant, bridge driver, you know, and then all the highway drivers, I mean, they're not totally, I mean, internally to get them in line, it's only $78,000, 2.57, and then to get them to the external, I mean, they're not that far off
No.
the external midpoint then?
No, not far off at all. You're, like I said, let me see, there were 20 that fell below the external low salary. So the rest were within the range, they were just still below the midpoint. So, and then we had one that was above the high. So overall, I mean, being 6% off is not bad at all, very, very competitive. We've seen a lot worse, trust me. Any other questions on the LTCs? So small. Okay, so the next group would be the Comet. And this is your largest group of employees. There are a total of 167 Comet positions in this group. We established 4 classification levels for Comets. And again, this spreadsheet is set up exactly the same way as the LTCs. Overall, 94 out of the 167 Comet positions fell below the internal base salary. 72 out of the 167 were below the external low salary. And then all positions except for one of the Comet positions fell below the external midpoint salary. But that position fell within the salary range. On page 3, this is in Comet B, this is where we established the tiered compensation for the paralegal positions and have the levels there and the pay corresponding with those levels. Overall, to move all the positions to the internal base for the Comets was $360,267, a 5.5% increase. To go to the external market, this is where they're lagging significantly more than the LTCs, 11.54% below the external market, which would be a $756,174 adjustment as to move all the positions to the external market.
Miss Abby, I had a question.
Sure.
It shows that most of these people are working 7 hours a day. Is that taken into, when you're figuring this out, are the other counties 7-hour shifts, or they 8-hour shifts? And I assume most of the public positions are gonna, or the private positions will be 8 hours, right?
Right, so we break it down to the hourly rate.
Okay.
So that's why, you'll see, it's one reason
So
why.
it is accounted for?
Yes, it's one reason why it's so small, because we have the columns on there for the hourly rates, and then that way, if you have employees, there's a few Comet positions that work 8 hours, so we've accounted for that, but you'll see a higher salary, but the same hourly rate for internal and external. And then if you were to move all the positions to the external midpoint with the cost of living, again, that would be a 17.77% increase.
That's a big number.
Yes, that's more of the luxury package, you know, but, I've only a couple clients that are even looking at that option right now.
Well, I'm sure we'd love to do that.
Yeah, it's just, it's tough to compete with the inflation and afford that. Okay, if there weren't any other questions on comments, I'll go through the PATs. There are a total of 85 PAT positions. We've established 5 PAT classification levels. Overall, the PAT category has wide pay discrepancies. Some positions are paid very well and are competitive with the market, and then we have some that significantly lag the market. 46 out of the 85 PAT positions are compensated below the internal base salary. 41 out of the 85 PAT positions are compensated below the external low salary. We have 14 positions that are compensated above the external midpoint, with 71 positions below the external midpoint. And then we have 2 high outlier positions that are compensated above the external high in the the PAT group. And then there are just a few notes that I wanted to point out with the PATs. In PAT A, the Clerk Elections and Registration Board, we did account for the statute for that position, how the director and assistant director are supposed to be paid for your county. So we've reflected the slightly lower salary for the assistant director, even though they're basically the same job functions, but we did account for that to keep in compliance with that statute. In PAT B, the planning and zoning manager position, that position was originally, it was restructured from the assistant director of planning to the planning zoning manager, but it retained the assistant director's salary, so that's why that one is one of the high outliers there. And then in PAT C, the park assistant superintendent, that was a new position. I believe that's been approved, that we added that one in to here towards the end. So to move all the PAT positions to the internal base was $268,022, a 5.71% increase. Again, these lag the market at a higher rate than the LTCs. To move all the PAT positions to the external market was 11.64% at $546,392. And then to move all the positions to the external midpoint with the cost of living was a 17.31% increase, $812,522. Any questions on the PAT? All right, moving to merit poll. There are a total of 66 merit poll positions. And again, like I mentioned earlier, these had great internal pay equity, all internally aligned to the rank structure of the Sheriff's Department. All the positions were slightly below the external midpoint, but they were all within the range. They're all above the external low, meaning that you're doing a great job. They're within the competitive external market range, so they are competitive with those other entities and those salaries. And again, as we mentioned in the report, we've corrected for some of the minimal pay differentials between the ranks, so that's reflected here with the data as well. We did not do an internal analysis for this group because they were already internally aligned, so we focused on the external market. So they fell within 4.38% of the external midpoint, which is really competitive. 184,851 would move all the merit pool positions to the external midpoint salary. And then to move them all to midpoint with a 5.6% cost of living was $431,388, 10.23% increase. questions on the merit polls? Okay. I know this is a lot of information. It'll take time to digest. The civilian poll, total of 116 civilian poll positions. We established 9 classification levels, primarily following the rank structure of jail and the E911 departments. And again, here, you will see the tiered compensation system for the jailers and the telecommunicators. All but 7 civilian poll positions came in for an internal pay adjustment. 20 out of the 116 civilian poll positions were below the external low salary. 112 out of the 116 were below the external midpoint salary, but there were no high outliers for this category. And again, we established the minimal pay differentials with the jailers and the jail corporals, adjusted for that as well. So here, to adjust everything to the internal base was 4.67%, external midpoint was 9.99% adjustment, and then to move everything with the external and the COLA was a 16.05% increase. Then our last group of polls is the poll juvenile detention. We've broke them out as a separate group, and we have 20 poll juvenile detention positions with 2 classification levels. We have detention officers and shift supervisors, and this allowed us to establish a tiered system similar to what the jail uses, but we have four levels here based on years of service, experience. So we've level 1 being the entry level, with level 4 being the highest level. And then we've also, in speaking with the detention director, we have a proposed additional compensation. This would go along with the technical specialty pay. So this is just an option to consider moving forward if you decide to go that route with the specialty pays. 8 positions were below the external low salary, and then all the positions fell below the external midpoint salary. So again, 7.55% adjustment to move all positions to the internal base, 10.76% increase to move them to the external midpoint, and then a 16.97% to move to the midpoint with the cost of living. The next group are the executives. Again, these are your department heads and engineers fall in this group. We had a total of 20 executive positions. We've established 4 classification levels. Here again, we focus on the external market. These are department heads that you're hiring to run your county operations, so need to be competitive with the market. So we focused on establishing external midpoint salary and an external range. And we recommend a range for the executives to give the county flexibility in recruiting and retaining qualified employees. To get a very specialized department head or someone with experience, you may have to pay a little higher within the range. So that's why you'll see the range in a little different format than the other groups. And then we have costed it out to move all the positions to the external low salary, and then to the external midpoint, which that came out to be 6.49%. Again, fairly competitive with the external market. And then a 11.49% increase to move positions to the midpoint with the cost of living. Any questions on the executive group? Okay, okay, we're getting there, I promise. We have a lot of jobs. You're a very large county, so this took a long time, and try to get through this here. The next, we have several groups of special occupations. So the first page you should have, you should see SO Chief Deputy at the top, and then just SO at the bottom. There should be two spreadsheets on one page. I think it's saved as a SO people.
We got it. This is lagging.
Okay, so we have the chief deputies. These are the political appointed positions of the elected offices here, and we have three different pay options. We normally recommend that the pay be tied to the elected official's salary. So what we have done is option one is setting the pay at 85% of the current 2022 elected official's salary, and so we've listed those salaries, and then the cost for that is cost option one, which is a $9,757, a 3.48% increase. Option two is setting the salaries at 90% of the 2022 elected official salaries. That came in at $19,877 at a 7.09% increase. And then option three is setting the salaries at 85% of the elected official's external average salary, which you'll see the elected official spreadsheet here in a second. But those came from that spreadsheet at 85%, and that was $22,782, an 8.13% increase. And then we used option three to cost out with the cost of living at a 13.16% increase. So these are options for you on how you want to set the chief deputy pay.
So, Addie, that's viewed differently than the other positions where you're looking at chief deputies in other counties or communities and so forth?
Right. This is tying it directly to the elected official's salary.
And why is that different? Why are you handling that differently?
These positions are political appointments, and they fill in they're expected to be able to do those duties of the elected official. So we tie that directly. So their salary is tied directly, and it's also establishing so they're above other positions that they're supervising in the comment in that group. That sets them at that higher rate. Then we have 6 other SO positions. I think these are some, Greg, that you were talking about, which, kind of special jobs that were pulled out. So we have court commissioner, health officer, magistrate, matron, sheriff chief deputy, and then the prosecutor's chief deputy. Now the sheriff's chief deputy, it's pulled out separate, and it is direct job match to the market, because the sheriff's salary is set differently than the other elected officials, so that's why we've set that one a little bit differently. So for these positions, we have an external midpoint salary and then an external pay range built off of that midpoint, and have costed it out for you to move those positions to the midpoint. That came out to be a 7.16% increase to move those positions, and then a 12.61 with the cost of living. And then to continue with our different, as I call them, flavors of SO, the probation officers, they are next, SO probation. And again, this is using what we've done for you is just showing you what the 2023 judicial conference minimum salaries are. You've been in compliance and paying according to there, so it's just what that adjustment would be, not including any the probation officers do get extra pay if they have a degree and other special skills, so we didn't account for that, so some of those salaries may actually be a little bit higher, but this is just the basic minimum salary. And then we did go ahead and apply the inflation option to that if you chose to do that with other categories, so you could see what that pay option would be. So
don't they do that downstate when they figure out this number? Don't they account for inflation when they're figuring out their pay increases?
they adjusted, I'm not sure how they calculate that, so what it came to be just to go to the minimum schedule for 2023 was a 3.7% increase. If you added that, 5.6 COLA, the cost was 9.18.
I just wanna make sure we're not double adding it.
Right. As far as I know, I'm not sure how they calculate for that, or how they determine their percentages, but, I think they just give us a standard increase each year. And then we've included the actual schedule from the judicial conference for you, for your reference. The next group is the SO deputy prosecutors. Again, we talked about in the report having established tier levels, based on, the skill type of cases. So we've established kind of general categories for levels or criteria definitions. So level 1, misdemeanor, and level 6 cases, kind of the entry level. Level 2, low to high felony cases with experience. And level 3, supervisory level, major investigations, complex cases. And we have the external salary ranges for those. We finished these up towards the end of last week, so I do apologize. I didn't feel like we had enough time to work with the prosecutor and the chief public defender to get them in their levels. This is something that really needs a lot of input from the prosecutor and the chief public defenders to establish which level that each of the prosecutors fall into, so.
You didn't have time to do that, or they weren't given the information?
No, they were very cooperative in everything that we asked. These were one of the last ones we finished up just at the end of last week, so it was on our timeline of just not having enough time to get that worked out and the communication with them to feel like we could have confidence.
So you're gonna follow back up with us on these?
Yeah, we can.
If you paid for it, I want it done, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the public defender, the same kind of setup with the definitions, and the salary levels, and we also, provided a half-time level. That's the term that the, Public Defender Commission uses, so we've set those, as well, as far as based off the full-time rates. So again, that will have to be, the levels would need to be determined by the chief public defender.
So that's just matching the levels.
Right.
Hey, I mean, it's just...
Because it's not my call to assign them on a level, so I just need some input, and that was just a lack of time towards the end here. And let's see, the next group are your elected officials. And these were direct job matched to the counties that are listed on the spreadsheet. And we have provided an average salary for each elected official, and then also the actual external salary range. So the lowest that was surveyed to the highest, you see the full range there. And so the external average salary, what was used as option 3 for those chief deputies, and setting that 85%. Excuse me. And then we just have 2 spreadsheets left. This is kind of we have a cost summary. So there's 2 cost summary sheets. The first one has the total cost to internal base with the percentage increase. So if you were just to move all the positions to the internal base, it was a 4.98% increase. Now, we only had five categories that had the internal base salary, so it didn't count for everyone. So if we move the next option or next section was the total cost to the external midpoint. To move all of those positions, it was 8.72% increase. And then to move them all to the midpoint with the cost of living was a 14.59% increase. And the cost summary does not include the elected officials, the deputy prosecutors, public defenders, or any part-time positions. And we used, for the chief deputies, we used the cost option 3 for this cost total. And then the last sheet was after speaking with Jeremy, he just wanted to see an option, total cost, if we moved to the internal with the 5.6% cost of living. So I've broken it down where the categories that had the internal base salary, so I added their cost with the 5% COLA, what that would be. The probation is included. I just left theirs since you have to go with the minimum salary schedule. I left them with that group, so those numbers didn't change. But that was a 9.67% increase. And then I did everyone that didn't have an internal base. I went ahead and added just a 5.6 cost of living. So that came out to be $504,189 for the rest of the categories. So overall, it was an 8.51% increase if you went with an option such as this. In a nutshell, that is a summary of everything that was completed. I know it's a lot of information, and it'll take time to digest, but if you have other questions, or I know a lot of times questions come later, so I'll be glad to answer those as they come in as well.
Anybody got any more questions? Not yet. Right now? All right, well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the work. There's a lot. I think, this is probably a long time coming. I'm glad we did it right now. Better late than never. I would like to see possibly us create a committee to work with the auditor and, our consultant to kind of lay out some options of, how we want to roll into budget session with this. I mean, it's just a study. We could throw it in the garbage if we want. We could, systematically approach this, and, they gave some options. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, there's costs associated with it. We're government. We have limited resources. I mean, we're a county that's in good shape, so, I mean, we definitely can do things. We have and continue to do things for our employees, so, Mike, you guys have done this in Valpo. You did this 3 years ago, I think you started, and you guys are going on your second round. I mean, how did you guys approach this, if you don't mind? I mean,
I think there clearly is a phenomenal amount of information to absorb here. I don't think, frankly, I don't think anybody's surprised by it. I mean, when we went into this, we knew that it was long overdue in the sense that the county had never done it. To refresh everyone's memory on how we handle raise increases, at least for the last 7 budget cycles. We go through the budgeting process, hold off on any salary requests or changes, and then what we'll do is at the end of the budget session, we'll say how much is left, and then we'll arbitrarily divvy that up to the appropriate people. Very, very subjectively. And so I think what we're given here with this analysis, we're giving very specific objective data that is as compared to other municipalities, other communities, and provides a tool for us to correct a lot of the areas, especially where we're far off. And, you know, I look at some of these, and it's probably not surprising to Prosecutor Gurman that there needs to be some adjustments made to his prosecutor. She's been talking about that on a consistent basis. There's one thing we know is that not looking at it line by line just yet. We just got it Friday, but I don't think there's anyone that's overpaid or woefully overpaid. One thing I know is that we have plenty of people in plenty of categories that are woefully underpaid. And those are the adjustments that, in my view, need to be made first. And it's going to be a tall order. It's going to take some time to assess all this information and look at it on a position-by-position basis. Clearly, you know, the idea of just getting to the external midpoint for everybody would be cost prohibitive. We can't do that. And so we've got to figure out a way to approach it where we can come up with a plan to say this year we can do X, and we can correct some of the most problematic salary variances, and then know that our next year, the following year, maybe we can make up some more ground. So I don't know if it's 50% to the midpoint or to the midpoint. It's going to take some real review and analysis. I know some of the categories to get to midpoint is going to be, you know, I looked at two major departments. One of the departments, it would take a 10% increase for them to get to midpoint. Yet another department with quite a few employees, it's going to take a 2.4% increase to get to midpoint. And so there's going to be some significant changes on a job position by job position to say we're going to get those positions in line with where they should be as compared to other communities based on those job descriptions, and it's going to provide some, you know, very specific objective information to help us get to that point. So it's going to be it's a tall order. We've got to come up with a kind of a pay philosophy in terms of how we want to you know, where we want to be as a county. Do we want to be the highest paid out of everybody? That'd be great, but it's not likely to happen, at least in the near future. We certainly don't want to be the lowest paid, and in some cases, I'd say, based on the positions, we probably are in that or close to that mark. And so we've got to make those corrections. But it's going to take a lot of work. There's going to be some people that are going to be very happy about it, and there's going to be some people who aren't going to see as much of an increase, because for as much as they might feel they're underpaid for a variety of different reasons, they might find out that they're not as underpaid as they think, and that's going to be difficult for some people to digest. And you know, and we don't have many people that are, let's say, at the midpoint already. But if we took the position to say we're going to go to the midpoint, that would mean some people, few, wouldn't get a pay increase until the midpoint increases, or until we take a different philosophy toward the pay. So it's not an easy process. We've been working toward this, or asking for this to be done for quite some time, because we know it's important, and it's going to take some time to do the analysis. And we know that not everybody's going to be happy. Not everybody's going to be happy as a result of it. But you know, when it was being proposed or presented, you know, there was comments made, well, be careful what you ask for, because there's no way in the world, if you do that study, it's going to tell you that pay is far off, and you're not going to be able to accomplish it. But I think taking that position and saying, well, let's not find out what the real information is or what the real data is, I believe that that's a cop-out, and we have to, as tough as it will be to correct it, because it's been, in effect, in many ways neglected over the history of time, because I don't believe there's been a study in Porter County before. But
Way back when, around 2000, maybe late 1990s. I think it was structured differently than this.
okay, so that is,
It was like a job.
historically we did it.
Study, and I think it was mostly breaking it down to polls and pats and comments, but I don't believe that it actually not recommended, but it gave like, differences. It classified.
Yeah, so this is a time to do it, and a time to do it right, and it's going to be costly to work toward what we ultimately want to see, and so that's a similar approach to, I think, how other communities handle it.
Right.
One thing, Addie, I would ask is if there's other counties that it's easier to compare, I think, county to county, and if there's other counties that you have done this same process for, it might be helpful for Jeremy if we go with a committee to start looking at that, how our information might compare to another county, because the positions are very similar. So I don't know if you have those available, or
As far as, what are you looking for?
a salary ordinance for a similar county.
Oh, like setting up a salary ordinance?
I'm just wondering what they have done based on the information that you've given them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can, as far as like what pay adjustments and...
If you could just tell me what counties you've done, then we can get
Oh.
the salary ordinances.
Yeah, I can do that. What counties we've done the job class?
I think this is a huge step in the right direction. I think for us, the council, and for employees, this is an investment for employees. I've been on the other side of the table as a county employee and suffered through the salary ordinance procedures in the past. And I think this is going to be a guide for us. And hopefully the process and the procedures of arbitrary just raises based on what we had left over and across the board. Hopefully those days will be behind us with this type of a study. Again, I think this is long overdue. I think it's going to be a benefit. I think, this council, the goal is to have, our employees, paid at, I think, at the highest level that we can. And I think they deserve that. And we have some work to do. It took a long time to get to the point we're at now. And I think it's going to take some time to make it right. But I think that's a commitment that we have to make this right.
Yeah, and one of the first steps as a council is just getting the system adopted. You don't have to decide what pay, but adopting the classifications themselves, the FLSA status. We're finishing up the job descriptions. There were a large amount. We were making some title changes at the end, but we're going to get those sent to you. We'll send ordinances so you can adopt those as the official job descriptions. So your job description will match the titles on the pay plans and on the salary ordinance, so everything will match up. And then you can decide, as far as adopting a salary ordinance, how you want to implement any pay. So that's usually the first step, is adopting the classifications and having a system established first. And then you can decide how to break it down and establish pay accordingly.
Sylvia, did you?
Well, I would agree that this has been long overdue. But I'm wondering if, in adopting this, we do need a committee to take the time to go into this. But from what I heard, I thought I heard you saying that you were having a medium pay where everybody was going to get a certain pay. If you were here for 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, they were all going to be in that range. I may be wrong on that. But my concern is we don't want to cause a lot of employee discontent with people maybe just coming in or have been here a couple of years with somebody who's been here 6 to 7 years. And I'm wondering if the department heads need to have some input, suggestions as to how they would like it handled. What we have, I feel, we have a basis to start with.
Sure.
And I think that a committee needs to be formed to work with our, not only amongst ourselves, but with department heads, and come up with a plan to implement this. That's how I feel.
Well, we have the budget sessions coming up, and I think to keep this thing moving forward, you know, I don't think if we ignore it and just get into budget sessions and try to pick this thing up when we get into salaries, it's not gonna work. So we've gotta keep this thing moving forward right now. So, I mean, if there's anybody that'd be willing to work with, no?
Oh, I thought you meant talking on.
Oh.
I don't want to talk.
That'd be a first, so.
You're right, I know.
If there's anybody that wants to work with Vicki, the auditor, on beginning to break this down, go over it.
I'd be happy to do it.
All right, Andy and Greg and Sylvia.
I would like.
Mike, I mean, we really only have 3 in a room, you know.
You three.
Oh, that's right.
So, Mike, who?
Like Greg and Phil?
Mike and Greg?
Mike, which Mike?
That Mike.
Sylvia, you want?
I'll be on that.
I have a lot of time that I could put in. And I have a lot of ideas.
We'll figure it out.
I'd like to be in on it, but if there's 4 that want to...
Well, we'll figure it out then. If we start off with Mike, and Greg, and then you guys just have a schedule, and if one of you guys can't make it, please let Sylvia rotate in, you know? We just can't have 4 of them at the same time, so Sylvia kind of be the alternate. I got it. So just, you know, maybe keeping, you know, an email going to when you guys are meeting, and if one of you guys can't make it, let Sylvia, you know, get in there and, you know, replace that person. So, but this is gotta get going here, you know, over the next 2 months. The ball's moving up and down, so let's not let it fall and, you know.
And I did provide Vicki with the Excel spreadsheets, so she can run different cost options as well, and I believe she was gonna sort by department also to work through some of that budget as well, so.
So I encourage the committee to use our great auditor and our staff and our consultants, whatever, and, you know, figure out how we want to attack this, you know, this budget session. How much of it we want to attack, how we want to attack it, so. All right, you guys done? Yes, sir.
Public.
Yeah, I mean, Vicki, at some point in time, yeah, you want to put it up there, it's, you know.
Is this the final draft? This is it? This is the final looking?
Yeah, we would just prefer that it be for your eyes, not for like the, I mean, like, not publicly, so like other people from other counties look at it, that would be a proper preference. If you can post it, if you have an internal.
We have an internal
Yeah,
drive.
that'd be fine.
Well, it's a public document, though. It needs to be
Yeah, but,
paid for it with public money, so if these people want to view it on our website, they need to be able to view it on our website.
yeah.
It's also our work product, because we paid a consultant to generate this, and so someone else could conceivably, is that the concern?
Yeah, that's the concern. 'cause
Some other
it's a-
county could kind of just take it.
I know if they called and requested, it's a public document, but we would prefer it not be that accessible, but if that's your call.
Well, as that committee, work with Vicki and figure, Vicki, you know, you put all the information on there, you know, figure out what you guys think may, you know, go out, so. All right.
There's a bunch of counties.
All right, well, anybody else have any questions? All right, well, you want to take a quick break, Andy? So, all right, thank you very much.
I'm in the restroom.
We'll take a quick 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Yeah, he is.
What his feeling is on the...
Yeah, that's fine.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
On that thing.
Some people are getting paid more. Did you see that? There are some people get paid more.
That went well.
A year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and they can all pay the same.
That's the thing, see, Jeremy was said
Do you have a J drive that employs?
journeyman, whatever the cost makes the same as people that've been it for 30 years. Like,
And I actually
didn't know that.
Think that
think
any
it's
department
up to council and or
knowing that somebody was trying to do things to save somebody else.
No,
now
but
the current
see, I thought it was all like teachers where, you move up and you get, but I'm not familiar with industries.
We don't put other types of,
I guess I'll find that out.
we put the final review.
Right. It's gonna be a
Or no, like the written, like this, right, this doesn't have.
Well, that would be, and I was, and maybe in the document that was signed, all the work product not to be shared. I guess that's part of my issue was my question, another county that did a similar thing, because I just thought that might be a good way to start.
Oh, I mean, I might think of tabs, but, might think of tabs, but,
I wonder if they post that on the head of their salary. And they may or may not have.
But I don't know if some are very good and you have products on there, like you can see that they've adopted them, and others may have them, we don't see them that way. Right, so, but, they, they're working, they have a committee and they're looking for
I know I work in the city of Valparaiso.
Okay.
For our salary, it is posted and I think available, but, and it just lists, it lists, minimum, max.
Right. It doesn't look specific.
Right. And then it just throws out.
Right, and that's not that is what for salary.
Right, having all the.
Yeah, it was all our.
Like hours.
And then once you decide to use our salary, and you compare it ordinance and that.
Then that's.
It's almost like you want to provide it, but I'm sure you put it on the website.
Or they can come look at it.
Yeah.
And I mean, if they can look on there, then they won't study themselves, they can get the salary.
And we can research, like, progress or our proprietary, because there are some things that are proprietary. Like our cost allocation plan. The plan itself can be published, but how they provide that information is proprietary, even to us.
Telling them I wanted to go back.
I think it's back to farm rate.
Rather than have it all.
No, I just don't want it, they sit for them.
Well, I mean, really, the only counties that are listed on the election. That's not a huge deal. More of them, just,
You did note, Mike, that in just about every other county, the auditor is now in Porter County. And I can finally say that without any skin in the game.
I don't want someone to.
Is everyone the same kind of year? And here's what I think it happened.
It's been arbitrary.
And so that's why we changed that salary, that we put that total.
Oh, those two fees.
More transparent.
Those two, I'll get more color. Yeah, everything's fine.
I'll go very quickly.
You want us to do that right now too, make the, approval of the non-binding recommendation?
Yeah, you have to review the report.
Where's the report at? Council, not comfortable?
Oh, are you kidding?
So council levy and tax limits.
Are you gonna start?
We're gonna go there. What are we missing? Andy and Mike. Red's right there. Oh, he's hiding back there. All right, we can, whenever.
And then Andy? You ready?
You can turn them on, yeah.
We're on.
I just have a few slides. I'll go very fast.
That'd be a first.
Yes.
We're gonna have to raise taxes.
Maximum levy, you know what is really important, that, topic of that.
You're gonna have, first year are in, been here for 10 years, all making the same thing.
We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it.
We're not
We're gonna leave it alone.
But I think that was their philosophy is they look at longevity and maybe change the philosophy of longevity to award people better through the longevity. It's however we want to do it.
Longevity, there's been years that we don't have money to pay for.
We've always paid it.
Yeah. Good luck with You know what? I'm the oldest of this group, and I haven't even gotten up. These guys,
All right, let's go.
they all need,
All right.
they all need to be one.
We'll get going. Continue on. All right, we're gonna stay out of order here for a minute. Madam Auditor's gonna go over the levy limits and tax caps that we have to do by statute, so if you could, fly through that real
I
fast.
will fly through it. Okay, just for some background, Indiana law requires that at your first meeting in August of each year that you review the estimates of maximum property tax levies and estimates of funding losses due to the tax caps. And as in past years, our office has put together a report that was given to you, I believe yesterday. Just for your information and for the audience's knowledge, the report that we have distributed to you has already been posted on the auditor's website, along with links to the state reports that were used to compile most of this information. At the conclusion of this review, you are to consider granting a non-binding recommendation to all of the other taxing units in Porter County. So I will go through this information pretty quickly. I just want to put this in perspective, what exactly is in this report. It is estimates of the property tax levies as well as tax cap funding losses. Those are two really important pieces that we use when we come up with the budgets for our property tax supported funds. But on this first slide, you will note that those, while they are important, you can go to the next, while those are two important considerations, they're not the only considerations. We have to take a look at cash balances, miscellaneous revenue, and the remaining year appropriations, as well as additional appropriations. Now, most of this is pretty much set in stone. There's nothing you can do about the June 30th cash balance. But you do have control over additional appropriations, and I do just want to remind you that appropriations that you approve out of property tax supported funds will affect next year's budget planning. There's no way around it, so I just want to point that out to you.
Want us
So
to vote
now,
them all down?
pardon me?
Want us to vote them all down right now?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that anything that you approve is eating into your operating balance, which of course feeds into the cash balance. This is all part of budget planning. And the goal, of course, is long-term sustainability, because you don't want to give away your entire operating balance, because then you will not be able to support the budgets in the subsequent years. So on the next slide, this is a summary of how the estimates are affecting Porter County government for 2023. The statewide levy growth quotient for 2023 is 5%. That's the highest it's been since I've been county auditor. This year's was 4.3, and the prior year was 4.2%. So on the first table, it shows what we are estimated to receive in 2023, a property tax levy of about $48 million. That is up from this year's estimate of about $45.9 million. Now, at the same time, we can budget for an increase in property tax levies. We also have to budget for an increase in funding losses from the tax caps. So the estimate for this year was about $2.3 million. The estimate for next year is going up of about $2.4 million. One thing I want to emphasize, these totals are in the aggregate. These are all the county funds. This is not just the general fund, but this is all the county funds that have support through property taxes, and they include the Kinley Capital Development Fund, Kuhn Bridge Fund, both of which are rate-driven, so those are pretty much, the levy is set in stone there, more or less, and the Health Department Fund, and the Reassessment Fund, and of course, the largest one is the General Fund. Now, the rest of the report that I gave to you includes the same type of data for cities and towns, townships, libraries, school systems, and other taxing units like the airport. So all of these units will have to look at their max levies and their tax cap funding losses when they prepare and submit their budgets. Now, on the last page on the report I gave you is some supplemental details that our county office put together, our county auditor's office put together. We always like to take a look at how good are these estimates. We're in August. How do they pan out? Well, if you look at just the max levies, let's look at 2021. The estimates released in August are just over $44 million, and then when we received our budget order from the state, it was very, very similar to what we were given in August. Now let's jump to what we actually distributed in property taxes, and you can see quite a bit of a decrease. And the main reason for that is property tax caps. Because if you are a taxpayer and you hit your property tax cap, that amount is cut from your tax bill. And who feels it? You do. And the schools, and the libraries, and all other and towns and cities feel it. Now, if you look at the second table, we look at the circuit breaker credits. These are just the estimates only. And last year, well, for the 2021 budget year, the estimates in August, as you can see, were about $2.6 million. But when it was all said and done, when we actually issued the tax bills, we didn't have as much of a circuit breaker loss as what the estimates were. So takeaway is max levies are pretty much going to be what we are showing you in this report. Tax caps could be better or worse. We just won't know until we get to tax billing next year. Again, these are estimates that we must use in our budget planning. And the very last chart that I just wanted to go over is to show you the breakdown by the various property tax supported funds. The 2021 budget order levy is shown in each of those funds, and you can see how that total max levy was broken up. And then there's a comparison to the actual tax disbursements, which you can see is a decrease in most of those funds. And then just for comparison, we included the budget order that's driving us this year, and you can see that the breakdown is pretty much similar. So that concludes the review of the max levy and tax cap report for this year. For the non-binding recommendation that you would give to the taxing units, I do recommend that you give this recommendation, because if you do not, then we are to submit the approved meeting minutes to all of the taxing units. Given that budget hearings have already begun in some units, that would probably be too late for them to pay attention to your non-binding recommendation. So my recommendation is that you give the same recommendation as what you have given in prior years, which is that all other taxing units should be mindful of these state reports. Use these numbers in your budget planning, but I would take an extension of that and urge them to consider the fact that this year's levy growth quotient of 5% may not continue in future years. It could be lower. It fluctuates every year. So when planning your budgets, anticipate that next year there could be a drop, and so you should have an eye towards a very strong operating balance. And that recommendation applies to county government as well, is my recommendation.
Do we not have a very strong operating balance?
We can talk about this in detail when we kick off the budget sessions, but we have strong operating balances in just about all property tax supported funds. There are some other funds that do not have as healthy of an operating balance, which we will also discuss at budget hearing time.
Thank you.
So are we looking for a motion to that effect, Vicki?
Yes, for that recommendation, and then tomorrow I will send the recommendation out to all of the taxing units with the tax cap report, which is posted online.
Thank you.
So I move that we accept the information that has been provided by Auditor Urbanek. The Porter County Council has reviewed the estimated 2023 maximum property tax levies and circuit breaker funding losses and makes the following recommendations to all Porter County taxing units. When planning the 2023 budgets, taxing units, including Porter County, should be mindful of the maximum allowed property tax levies as well as funding losses through the circuit breaker tax caps. Also, because the levy growth quotient could be lower in subsequent years, units seeking to increase their budget should also plan for healthy operating balances for long-term fund stability.
There's a motion and a second on the floor for our non-binding recommendation to all the taxing units. Further discussion or any discussion? All in favor of the non-binding recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, Madam Auditor, there you go.
Thank you.
And send that out. All right, now we can get on track here. We can get to the agenda. Commissioners, see if anybody's left. We'll just deny you if he's left. How are ya? How are you? Fleur? So, looks like we've got, the lit, there's a transfer of $90,000 for contractual services to gas, fuel, and lubrication. The reason transfer needed due to rising gas prices. There's another transfer in there from lit, $5,000 from contractual services to care of patients and inmates. Transfer needed to pay invoice. So there's a lit, a couple transfers lit. There's also a CCD fund transfer. If you want me to keep going, because nobody said anything, $25,000 from building and structures to postage. The reason postage will be depleted due to election mailings and postage increase. That sounds like Jessica's fault.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor for the three transfers. Discussion? Sure. With no discussion, all in favor of the three transfers, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks for hanging out.
Nice seeing you again. Superior Court. One, like there's a general fund additional. $40,000 to legal. The reason, appropriation needed to pay for criminal transcripts for defendants who have been determined to be innocent.
Make the motion to approve.
Easy, I think.
I'll second for discussion.
There's a motion second on the floor for discussion. And some information being handed to you.
Bottom line shows you where I'm at now. I've got about $12,500 in that fund. The top above the hash mark shows what trials are done that are already in the hopper to be paid. And then those last ones are an estimate of, the ones right in the middle there, are an estimate of what trials we will have for the rest of the year. Okay. So they're guaranteed that transcript by the Sixth Amendment.
So your case, your studies for your trial, they're already on the docket, it's going to be,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. No question.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Why are transcripts so expensive? I'm curious. Like, isn't it just printing something off that they typed up already? We already paid to be typed up?
Okay, the Supreme Court has a set of rules called administrative rules. One of those, I think it's Administrative Rule 15, sets forth a process for counties to establish what are called local rules for their courts. And it gives us three options, and we have an option in our local rules. These were published back in 2017, that sets forth the equipment that our court reporters are allowed to use, the time that they're supposed to be able to use, which is on their own time, it's not even on company time, and the amount they're allowed to charge for transcripts, whether that's a private transcript or an indigent transcript. And that hasn't had any change since 2017. We are in the process of revising our local rules now, but I don't know where anyone's at with the discussion of whether that would increase or not. If I had a court reporter here, she could painstakingly go through how difficult it is.
I thought it was already typed up and you just had to print it, and that's, to me, it's really simple, but there's more to it.
There is.
And there's a lot of laughter, so I assume they had some info on it.
And you're welcome to come by any of my court calls and see how furiously I have my court reporter over there in the
Oh,
corner.
yeah, no, I didn't think they were being lazy by any means. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Further discussion? We had a roll call on the additional.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Bozick?
Yes.
Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Jessen?
Yes.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
And Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you all. You guys have a great night. Good to see you all.
Circuit Court, in juvenile detention, looks like there's a, general fund.
Hey, how you doing?
Looks like we have a general fund, Circuit Court General Fund transfer of $1,000 from legal to other supplies.
Make the motion to transfer?
Second.
Motion and a second for the $1,000 transfer. Discussion. So, that was, 2 hours for that, huh?
She needs the payroll thing.
Further discussion. All in favor of the transfer, signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Have a good night.
See you. The treasurer, tax sales fee fund, an additional $70,000 for contractual services. The reason tax sale estimated fees to be collected for redeemed, sold 2022 tax sale properties. There's an additional, I keep going, treasurer general fund. There's a transfer of $1,300 from maintenance agreements to contractual services. The reason to cover the expenses of the required State Board of Accounts corrective billing due to errors occurring with LaPorte County 2022.
Make the motion for the additional and the transfer?
There's a motion and a second on the floor for the additional and the transfer. Discussion, questions, comments. We have a roll call on the additional and the transfer?
Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Jessen?
Yes.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
And Councilmember Bozick?
Aye.
7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assessor, reassessment fund. Transfer $6,000 from contractual services to training and education. The reason transfer needed to cover required continuing education. There's also another transfer, $1,200 from hourly to PERF. The reason transfer needed to cover extra FICA from transfer to hourly last month.
Make the motion for both transfers?
Second.
Motion, a couple seconds on the floor for the two transfers. Discussion, questions, comments. All in favor of the two transfers, signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Animal shelter general fund. We've got a number of transfers. There's $6,000 from household and bedding to hourly, $1,500 from building maintenance to hourly, $500 from maintenance agreements to hourly, $2,000 from equipment and other vehicles to hourly. Reason, transfer needed to cover hourly payroll to the end of the year. Another transfer, $125 from contractual services to dues and subscriptions. The reason, transfer needed to cover the cost of hosting and support for animal shelter websites. Another fund, animal shelter fees, transfer $1,500 from training and education to hourly, $1,500 from advertising to hourly. Reason, transfer needed to cover hourly payroll through the end of the year. Animal shelter supplemental fund, transfer $15,000 from vet services to hourly. The same reason, transfer needed to cover hourly payroll through the end of the year.
Make the motion on the 3 transfers.
Second. There's 3 funds, 4 transfers. Motion and a second on the floor. Discussion.
Just maybe a quick update on clearly we're struggling in the hourly. Can you tell us what's going on with that, or?
We went from $10 an hour to $15 an hour. I also have a few employees that are at $16 an hour, so this is making up for it. When COVID hit, it was hard to keep people at $10 an hour in that building, so we had to do something to stay competitive. McDonald's was offering $15 an hour.
Gotcha.
And I commend you for, making the transfers within your budget and making it work, so, and you think all these line items that you're transferring from will be sufficient?
Yes.
And that'll get us through the end of the year?
Yes.
Are you adjusting next year's budget appropriately based on the new rate?
Yes.
Okay.
Further discussions, questions, comments? All in favor of the transfers, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
You need the additional here.
Thanks, Darren.
Is there an additional? No.
I think you're good.
I'd run.
Versions.
Development and stormwater. That stormwater fund, there's additional $5,000 to gas, fuel, and lubrication appropriation needed to cover department vehicles. Make a motion. Second motion, second on the floor for the additional. Discussion, comments, questions?
Don't leave there, we can vote.
Well, I just wondered, how far do you think this additional $5,000 will get you?
It should get us to the end of the year. We're averaging about $400 a month.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Further discussion, question, comments? Can we get a roll call on the additional?
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Justin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Bozick?
Yes.
And Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Corner. Is it where I'm at? It's a general fund of an item tabled. There's an additional $90,000 to consultants. Reason, appropriation needed to cover pathologist autopsy fees from October 2022 to January 2023. There's a second additional $10,000 to consultants. Appropriation needed to cover hospital morgue lab fees associated with each autopsy for the remainder of the year. Hello. So, you want to explain? I know
I'd like
what's going on here.
Yeah, just go ahead.
I'll explain what we're doing here. A few of us weren't here last month, and they tabled it for some reasons.
Well, in order to get to the rest of the year, so the first 6 months of the year, our autopsy volume increased by 10%. So the autopsy fee for the pathologist for the remaining months of the year is going to be $22,500 instead of $20,000 per month.
That's all part of the
So
contract?
Well,
Is there a reason why they've gone up 10%? The autopsy count has gone up?
Our autopsies are going up every year, yes.
Why? I guess is my question.
Why?
Why is this happening? Yeah.
Because we don't know why they're dying, so I have to do an autopsy?
But do you autopsy every body that dies?
No. I explained that in this sheet that I gave you guys. I
That I
updated
just got
this sheet.
like 2 seconds ago?
Well, I'm sorry. Motor vehicle accidents, we don't necessarily autopsy all of those unless they're involved with another vehicle or there's passengers, because there could be litigation, so we autopsy those. Every suicide, we do not autopsy unless there's some kind of suspicion involved in the death. All child, infant deaths and homicides are automatically autopsied. overdose deaths. We don't autopsy all of those routinely unless they're requested by, the drug task force or a detective, and that's usually because they're trying to prosecute a dealer. We have had, unfortunately, a lot of deaths in homes that they are not going back to the doctor, the physicians aren't signing the death certificate, and they don't have any kind of medical history. So I have to autopsy those in order to know what's put on the death certificate.
What I'd like to ask you, was this bid out? Did you bid this out to any other?
I can't bid this out.
Okay, you have a memorandum of understanding. Is that actually a contract?
Well, we did the MOU, so we wouldn't have to, every time we sat down to negotiate every 6 months, the price of the autopsy fee per month, we wouldn't have to bring a lawyer into it.
Okay.
My question, I'm sorry, Sylvia, go ahead.
Well, I just want to comment that our lawyer isn't here tonight, and there was some concern as to how legal those really are, a memorandum of understanding. And so right now, we're paying our pathologist that you have this memorandum with, if I'm not, $270,000 a year, or $2,250 of an autopsy. $22,000 a month.
Well,
$22,500 a month.
Well, first of all, the MOU, Attorney McClure assisted me on putting that together. I didn't just do it by myself.
Okay.
Okay? It was agreed upon between my pathologist and myself. And he originally, before we put this together, he charges $3,000 per autopsy. So as of to date, this MOU was put in place January 1st of 2021, and it has saved the county $114,000 by doing this.
In what respect? Because
the amount we pay him per month is unlimited autopsies. Right now,
It's not unlimited.
It raises in 6 months or 4
Right.
months.
You said if it goes above or below the 10%, then it's gonna be renegotiated.
Yeah.
So that's not unlimited.
well, it depends on how many autopsies we have for the 6 months.
Yeah, but
I don't understand why it's so confusing.
It's not confusing. I think you're confused on our question. So in 2021, we had 94 autopsies. So far to date, this information came from your office, we have 64. Why is there that large of increase? I mean, we've seen your budget go from $324,000 in 2017 to a projected budget of $510,000 this year. It's not a savings. I mean, we're spending more money than ever. And you said you can't bid it out. Why? Why can't you bid it out?
Because that's not my hospital to bid it out.
But there's other traveling people that they would, we're paying the hospital. We're paying the hospital. All of a sudden, the hospital in 21 started billing us $225 every month. Before that was included in the FESCO fee. Now we're paying that in addition to the FESCO fee. So we're already paying the hospital. So we're able to bring in traveling pathologists to take care of this at a cheaper rate potentially.
It was included in the FESCO fee, but we were still paying it. It was just that he was paying the hospital instead of it being separated between the two of us.
Yeah, but
That's all it was.
It was a large increase. I mean, that's, all of a sudden you're going from $200,000 in 2020 to $235,000 in 2021, plus $17,000 to the hospital. So we're already paying the hospital. Why can't you bid it out with traveling pathologists?
Because that's not my hospital to be able to bid out. We do not have a county morgue.
But we're paying for the usage of that hospital. So why do they care if the doctor's doing it? Do they care? Did we ask them?
They would have to contract another pathologist to come in. I don't have that right to do that.
But you didn't check. That's what I'm saying. This number keeps going up, and you keep telling us every year it's a savings, and it's not. I don't see the savings. I just see it costing us more. And we're not looking for alternatives, which is a bad spend of taxpayer dollars, in my opinion. If we're not going to look at alternatives, then we're not doing the job correctly personally, as a council, not you, talking about me.
Cindy?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I would like to, this contract or memorandum of understanding, it says, the agreement shall be in effect unless the agreement is terminated, either by the pathology group or Porter County Coroners.
Correct.
Has this always been in your budget that we're able to see this, that you're doing this? I wasn't aware of it until, frankly, this year, that
It was, I brought it to the council's attention after the commissioners approved it.
Well, you see the questions that are being asked by the council, and we're doing this out of concern for the amount of money that it's costing, and it keeps going up. So you see the discontent here. Maybe you should look into Michigan City has a pathology group. That's how it used to be done with the two previous coroners prior to you taking off.
Okay, let me put it this way. First of all, I don't have the staffing. So in order to get the staffing to have two deputies on call on a 12-hour shift in case we have an autopsy that needs to be transported to another county, that's going to increase that part of it. Okay. By the time you increase that, our vehicles are old. We keep them maintained, but they're not in the best of shape. So I don't feel that we need to start putting extra miles, and using the extra gas to go to another county and have the autopsies done.
Okay. I think, when you took office, there were 7 deputies on, and that is how Coroner Fletcher was, when she was in, was taking them to the Michigan City hospital for the autopsies, and also Coroner Harris. That's what he had been doing, and he had 7 when he left. And how many do you have now, deputies on? How many?
I have 10 deputies.
10? Or only 10?
My other deputy, which would make 11, is Doris, and she's my secretary or administrative assistant. She fills in occasionally when our hands are tied and we don't have someone to fill that spot.
So I guess the question there is, if the previous coroners did it with 7, you don't feel you can do it with 10?
The deputies, or the autopsies are increasing. I do not have any control over who dies, when they die, where they die, and why they die. I don't have any control. This is something that I can't...
You're talking like it's double or something like that. I mean, it's not. It is an increase, you're right, but 30 more a year? I mean, you can't figure that out to look at alternatives to save money. Maybe we do need to get you a new vehicle. Maybe that it's cheaper than paying this
I'm looking into that. I've been approved by the commissioners to get a new vehicle.
So I'm just saying, there might be a cost savings, and if we're not looking, I think we're, at least me, I'm getting frustrated. We've known this is a problem since last year. We should look at alternatives.
And my suggestion is which those are all good things to look at and consider, and I trust Coroner that we will look at all and any ways to make things more cost effective and efficient. I mean, that's what you do. Tonight we're talking about, as I understand it, the autopsy specifically, and providing more money for autopsies, which, as I look at it, it has gone up for sure over 2020 to 2021. 2021's actual was $254,000, and it looks like 2022, based on the agreement we have with the pathologist, and the number of autopsies we're having, it's got to be approximately $305,000, which it's an agreement we have between the commissioner's office and the pathologist to perform the autopsies that are clearly, it's not optional. I mean, they have to be done. And so I think to look at these additionals, which are clearly need to meet our obligations through the remainder of the year, it'd be the appropriate thing to do. And then set aside, other ways to look at it or do it, or to figure out more cost-effective ways, but for tonight's purposes, I think we need to pay for the autopsies that are coming up in the next several months.
Okay, well, go ahead. Oh,
I'm very willing to change the 90,000 to 67,500, just to cover through January 1st, because that MOU expires in June of 2023. So it's to cover through, like, the first 6 months, and then it'll be all renegotiated.
So, but you're saying you drop it, and it will be, you'll renegotiate in January 1. You will renegotiate?
I'll renegotiate with the pathologist, yeah. But right now, in July and August, we've already had 23 autopsies. We had 9 in the first week of August.
And you're...
Believe me, I don't like to cut up people.
I don't want to go into detail.
she doesn't do it.
I don't like to do that.
She doesn't.
But I have to sign the death certificate. I can't make something up on that. I have to give a family a reason why their loved one died. So that's why we have an autopsy. We try not to have the autopsies at all costs. But unfortunately, because of the situation, I don't know if it's because of insurance costs, I don't know if it's reflected from COVID, where, you know, everybody was, the older people were afraid to go to their doctors to fill their prescriptions, but that's, I have no control over.
Cindy, what's your revised request? 67 what?
67,500.
Look, I'm just gonna say to the rest of the council members, this is my piece here, that, I mean, we're in some changing times. Coming from a law enforcement background, I mean, things happen that are out of our control. I think what we're asking, you know, I mean, yeah, this is an ask that we need this year, but at the same time, there are just certain things that we cannot have control over. And to go back and forth, I mean, we have to trust the coroner that, you know, she's not doing unnecessary autopsies on purpose to cost us more money, but at the same time, we need to provide her with the funding to be able to do her job. And then revisit this budget, you know, budget's coming up.
That's right.
You know, plan for the upcoming budget. But to sit here and just go back and forth with the coroner, and question, you know, things that really I don't know anybody here that has that much knowledge about anyway. She's the person who has to make these decisions. We have to trust her to do it. Yeah, it's a big hit on the general fund, but I think it's something we have to move forward. She's revised her ask, and I make a motion that we approve the 67,500 additional.
Is that just for the 90,000, or is that total?
I'll second the motion.
That's for the autopsy fees, right?
Correct.
So there's a motion on the floor.
But I still have a question.
$67,500, that's to cover the pathology autopsy fees.
And to be clear, that takes it through January 1, 2020.
Correct.
Oh, not the full January, just the 1st of January?
We can,
Yeah,
I can do
that'll be right. To show
January 1st of 2023.
Okay, so we're talking October, November, December, 3 months? Isn't it 15,000 a month? So wouldn't that be 45,000? What am I missing?
No, it's
22.5 a month?
22.5 now. It started January 1st of 2021, the MOU started at 15,000. Every 6 months, the pathologist and I sit down and negotiate. If it goes up 10%, the volume decreases 10%, then that's where the monthly payment to him.
What I'll say is, we knew this going, last budget season, whenever I brought it up, and we as a council decided to push it off and have this conversation. I get why you're back, I totally understand it, and I'm not trying to beat you down with that.
And
I just wanna look at other options, just so we can come back.
I can look at other
And that's cool,
options,
that's
but
cool. I get we gotta pay this, and we'll
Yeah.
move forward with, well, I will.
but I can't guarantee any,
Well, there might not be a savings, it might cost more, but then at least we can know that publicly, you know?
So you have a service agreement with the hospital, and you have this memorandum at the corner. You made a comment earlier about, I mean, is this pathologist directly connected to the hospital? The hospital only allows this
he's
pathologist?
contracted with the hospital.
So we're tied, once we're with him, we're tied to the hospital also.
But he's very beneficial to have in our backyard, so.
I can say this area, we are not flush with people that do that for a living, so.
All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor for the additional $67,500 on the first additional. Any further discussions, comments, questions? You guys, you want to do the second additional too? The appropriation needs to cover hospital morgue lab fees associated with each autopsy from the end of the year?
Can I explain that a little bit? Because, what happened is the way that the hospital bills us, the reason that we came up short this year, because I've never had to ask for that, is because they billed us in February and March for autopsies. They're kind of like quarterly, but not on a normal quarterly basis. So we got billed for autopsies in, I think it was, November and December. So we had to pay out of our 2022 budget in order to pay those. So that's why we came up short. And then also, for the budget, these hospital fees and the pathology fees have always been paid out of the same account, and I think that's confusing for you guys. And I think it would be more transparent if I split those two up so you would understand exactly what's being paid and out of which account.
That makes sense.
It makes sense, but a little bit frustrating is because it used to all be under one, whatever hospital we chose. Every hospital has a pathology department, and it used to be that it was all covered in the hospital.
Not every hospital has a forensic pathologist, and a lot of times...
I said every hospital has a pathology department.
Right, correct.
I didn't say forensic.
But in order to do the autopsies, probably 80% of the time I need a forensic pathologist. So they're not available at every hospital.
All right, was there a motion and a second on the second addition? Motion and a second on both additionals, then the $67,500 and the $10,000 further discussion. We're gonna roll call on, both additionals.
Actually, I got one question. I'm still a little new. So the $67,500, is that wiping out I mean, you're only gonna have $25,000 left in your account for the last 3 months? Is that what I'm missing?
She is.
She's getting additional money to help that fund that.
Gotcha.
From our general fund.
Gotcha.
To make sure that doesn't happen.
That's okay.
That's a good question.
Ready?
Yeah, roll call, please.
Councilperson Jessen?
Yes.
Councilperson Sims?
Yes.
Councilperson Wagner?
Yes.
Councilperson Rivas?
Yes.
Councilperson Bozak?
Yes.
And Councilperson Brickner?
Yes.
And Councilperson Graham?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Adult probation. Adult probation general fund.
Have a good night.
Looks like there's an adjustment to the Form 144, $6,326 to $11,386 for, supervisor, and it looks like there's a decrease of $41,879 through $36,879. There's a vacant position, so it looks like the reason salary change of $5,000 increase and one supervisor and a decrease in a vacant spot.
Make the motion for the Form 144.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor for, the change in the 144. Discussion?
Yes, I need to ask, why are you doing this now? Why not just wait a month for budget?
So this will take effect now. We did an internal promotion where we promoted an officer to a supervisor's position.
You've already done it?
Yes. So we had a vacant supervisor's position. So we did an internal promotion, promoting an officer into that position. So it's just a salary adjustment for that supervisor's position.
So you do realize this is coming out of our general fund?
Cost neutral.
It's not an additional.
Okay.
It's just a change in the 144.
Okay.
The money's there. Further discussion? Get a roll call on the 144 change.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Bozick?
Yes.
Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
And Councilmember, Jessup?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Porter County Sheriff. You want to wait to the end?
Yeah, move that to the end. Don't say that to guys with guns.
Sheriff General Fund Transfer. Where, did I miss something? No.
Park and Recreation.
An old one? Am I missing one?
I don't know.
What's wrong?
Doesn't matter, we have them. We have this one. Here we are.
I have a sheriff packet.
Page 4.
3 of 5.
I'm on 3.
3 of 5.
Page 3.
All right, there's a general fund transfer, $40,000 to salaries, to overtime reason, costs cover overtime for shortfalls due to 7 open positions and SWAT calls. There's, I can keep going, there's an additional, Sheriff's Section and Violent Offenders Administrative Fund, $53,000, there's an additional $53,000 to motor vehicles, reason to cover the cost of purchasing new vehicle for sex offender checks and registration. Sheriff Donation Fund, an additional $15,000 to, Patrol K-9, reason donation for Patrol K-9 received $14,000 to date with a possibility of more coming. There's a transfer and a couple additionals, on the floor in front of you.
I'll make the motion on the transfer and the 2 additionals.
Motion? Second. Discussion. Seeing none, can we get a roll call on the transfer and 2 additionals?
Yes, Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Bozick?
Yes.
Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Jessen?
Yes.
And Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
7-0.
It's been a long evening.
Maybe that's the key. Turn the stuff in late, you break us, we'll get broke down by the end of the meeting, we won't ask questions.
No, he said we get to drive this thing for a week if we bought it.
That's the next one. So, all right, there's Porter County, there's a Sheriff's, Lanco Industries armored vehicle. I think there's no money, there's no request, but I think in order to get it, he kind of needs some direction from us. It would come out of some portion of it would come out of the general fund, I think, for an armored SWAT vehicle. Bearcat G3, so you guys have seen it, so.
I just want to start off by saying, since we started this SWAT team when I was my first term, so that's probably about 1999, we've never, to my recollection, I don't think Sheriff Lane did, ever come to the council and ask for any money for our SWAT team. We've got grants over the years, for VEST. We've moved money out of Fed money. We've moved, as you well know, as you are here, you've seen what we've done. I want to just let Lieutenant Van Clay, one of our leaders of our SWAT team, explain to you what we're doing here and why we're doing it. But before I turn it over, the one thing, I tried to get a grant for this, Homeland Security grant, that would pay for almost half of it. They turned me down, okay? I mean, it could be somewhere down the line, we could try it again. It's FEMA money, comes out of D.C. the way they approached me, the results, there was nobody for me to even argue with. They just basically said, we're not giving out vehicles. So that put me, because we had a vehicle in mind. We found a vehicle in Texas that we wanted. We had him, he held it for us, but once we lost the grant, I didn't have the time to come to you, and then they sold the vehicle. So now we're back square one, and we've located this vehicle here. It will be a new vehicle, and the reason it's a little bit awkward, I know, because I know we didn't advertise it, but I can't even have them build it until they send me an invoice. They don't want the money until it's done. So that we're talking over a year until it's done. It'll be probably in the area of $300,000. I know I can put in almost half of it right now. In a year, I won't be here, but I know the money, there'll be money in that fund that will probably make it even less. So, what I need after your discussion, and Vicki will probably say you can't do it, but I need you to give me an okay that I can at least tell them to build the thing. But I want Lieutenant Van Clay to explain to you the importance of the vehicle.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. So, as you guys know, we service all of Porter County minus the city of Portage for high-risk search warrants, critical incidents, barricaded subjects. Throughout 2019 and 2020, we responded to 11 of those incidents alone, and each one of those represents a high cost and represents a risk of public safety. So for about the past 12 years, we've been using a government surplus vehicle that we received for free, which is an MRAP. It's extremely large. It's out of date. It came from overseas. It was covered in sand when we got it. It's a giant 6x6 vehicle, and it's cumbersome, and it's been breaking down a lot. And the trouble that we're finding with it is there's no mechanics around here. There's no parts, and everything's expensive. Coupled with the fact that the vehicle itself isn't exactly conducive to what our goals are for public safety that we're representing. So this Bearcat, it's half the size, hauls just as many people as far as transport. It does twice as many jobs as the MRAP would do, and it would be able to basically represent what we're trying to accomplish by keeping our operators and our officers and our citizens safer.
And maintenance-wise, our mechanics can work on this, the tires, and we can do all that stuff.
Yeah, it's Ford chassis. Yeah, it's built off a Ford F-550 chassis with a diesel with a Ford motor, and it's a much simpler, much less complex vehicle than the military vehicle, which we've been using for the past 10 to 12 years. So that's correct.
What do you guys do with the military vehicle? Is there resale value in that? Are you going to keep it, or?
We put it on our website, state, and
Oh, so we'll make a little money off of that? Oh, understood, thank you.
Is there I assume there is some sort of history behind, we do everything with the exception of the city of Portage?
Well, Valparaiso, the police department, they've got how many guys on
There's 2 officers from Valpo with the county officers as well.
In the last month and a half, we've been to Valpo a couple times. We've been to Chesterton 3 times. We've worked with the feds, ATF. We're not going to say no to them. And that happens quite often when they have high-risk warrants. And we went to Jasper County. They have a SWAT team, but they were in a situation where they needed help, so we went down and did that. And it's something, we don't talk about it, but you see it in the paper. Things aren't getting easier out there, they're becoming more violent, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that we need it.
No, there would be nobody to argue that you need it. It's like, I know, you said everybody but Portage. Is there any way that some of these other communities could help with the money for it? I don't see we're all in the same position.
Yeah, they use our SWAT team, why wouldn't they throw in?
So Valpo's, are they the only ones that have officers on our slot?
Yeah, that's correct. We've had other officers try
I
out.
thought you did have others.
Haven't been able to meet the minimum standards to get on the team, but as of right now, it's approximately 16, 17 operators, and 2 of them are Valpo officers.
And Portage has their own SWAT team, SWAT vehicle.
Yeah, they have their own entity over there, so
They have a vehicle like what you're requesting?
I'm not entirely sure what they do there. I do know.
We have on the vehicle that one that broke down, it's called peacekeeper, before we have the MRAP, the version before that. And it's sitting in the parking lot, and the last I heard
So, are they running money down, I'm sorry, to cut you off. Are they running money down? You said you don't need anything but our okay on this.
Right, there's no money down.
But it could cost us a maximum of $300,000?
It could cost you around $150,000. Because I have $150,000 I can put towards it.
And if we have time, you know, if everybody agrees to this, then there's CCD out there, we can talk to commissioners. To be honest, I'm sitting there thinking, hell, I don't know why we couldn't even use art money, you know, if there's different ways.
When will you need the money?
Next year.
At the end of next year.
Okay, and where is that 150 that you have? All right. It's seizure money. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Good question.
It's on the record. Yeah, seizure money.
I have a question about that though. What if the next sheriff doesn't want to pour it? Should we move that money now into another account so it's held there for that purpose? Is that even possible? I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
the only way you could do that is appropriate it, but not out of the general fund yet, and
Just asking. Thank you.
encumber it.
So you're gonna order it? And
If you've got a contract or you've got a purchase order, you can carry it forward and
Vicki, I mean, what can we do, you know, as a council? I mean, make a motion to say we agree with him moving forward and that
I would
we'll,
put it on the record, so that when you change your mind next month or next year,
excuse me?
Excuse me, is she being funny?
They can point to the minute that he committed, made this commitment.
So how would you?
Well, you can't really appropriate that.
No, we don't want to appropriate anything.
So we make a motion
Save
to
the
tell them
word
to order
favor.
Do that?
Yeah, I mean, I would make a motion that, something along the lines that we the sheriff's department to move forward with ordering the vehicle, and that we as a council will work with him to come up with, you know, the rest of the funding. He said he's gonna find, $200,000 of the 300.
No.
You might be able to do that.
We'll figure it out.
Is that a motion?
No, go ahead. I just said, something along the lines.
Well, whatever you just said, I was a second.
I
thought you made a motion.
And I'll second it.
Transcribe that.
Yeah. There's a motion and a second on the floor, I believe, for the sheriff to move forward ordering the vehicle, and that the council will work with the sheriff to
the
find the funding.
commissioners.
And the commissioners, we'll all work together to find the funding.
Thank you.
All right, you guys have a good night. I know.
All in favor of the motion? Signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thanks for your work, guys.
Thanks for your help.
We'd like a ride in it when you get it, you know. So.
That's what she told me.
All right, is that it? That's all you got, Sheriff?
We got one more thing.
Pension proposed plan amendment. So, the additional cost for 2024 is estimated between $150,000 and $200,000. I'll I'll go over the bullet points here again real fast. Add language to clarify vesting years of service for rehired officers, cost neutral, updated drop language, cost neutral, updated mortality tables, interest rate assumptions. Looks like there's a negative $5,364. Change 5 years to 3 years average salary when they retire, $51,918. Change retirement eligibility to 20 years of service, $169,761, and capping overtime, some savings. So, you wanna wrap it up, sum it up?
Sure. Well, we've had the opportunity to have reviewed it, in front of, this county council, I forgot when, March or April?
April 19th on my birthday.
April 12th, so close enough. So.
Today's my birthday.
No, my birthday. I'm sharing the birthday month with you. There should be amendments that everyone's received. I have several copies here if anybody needs one. This is where we left off at the last meeting was to meet with a committee from the county council, and after reviewing each detail of it with that committee, because the point we were simply saying was, you can see there's 6 different pieces. We wanted to make sure everybody's on board for all 6 pieces, or whether we were going to come back and say, well, we're just going to go with these 3 or whatever. The agreement was all 6, so we requested the amendment to the plan, and you have that document there. I'd be happy to walk through it with you.
Can you tell us what the changes were from that committee, or did you guys, they disagree with everything?
The committee?
The committee,
There were no
there was no changes,
That's
so they
right.
understood
We went
everything.
through each and every one.
Okay, thank you. I'd make a motion to approve. Start the conversation.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to approve all 6 changes.
Second.
There's a second. Discussion.
It's gonna help you retain people, attract new people.
Correct.
And take care of the ones that are working. Absolutely.
Are there any comments from the people on the committee that want to talk about this?
I wasn't on the committee, I don't know. Is it, Mike and Jimmy?
Is it the magic bullet? I do. It's a step in the right direction. You know, I think just the wage studies, stuff like this, I think you guys would have to continue to look at ways that we can attract and retain our employees. And law enforcement's a big part of, you know, who we are, you know, a big part of our budgets, a big part of our employees in the county. So, you know, I'm okay with it. You know, I struggled with the 20 years a little bit myself, you know, because I don't want to encourage.
Yeah,
When they get to that 20 years, they're probably pretty seasoned and pretty valuable to the department. So, you know, I struggled with thinking of that. Well, you know, as they're going to go on, they get to their 20 and they're going on taking, you know, pretty, you know, valuable knowledge and experience and going to find another job at that point in time. You know, are we encouraging them to get to 20 and leave and take that? You know, but again, it's a step in the right direction. Do we have to look at other things, you know, to convince them to stay after the 20 years, whether it's some type of retiree insurance? I don't know. It's, you know, 20 years of service is probably a pretty valuable officer for you, I would imagine.
I mean, I think down the road you gotta look at insurance. I think that's on everybody's mind. I know it's expensive. I mean, this is my 16th year as sheriff, and this is the most I've lost or had to hire at one time since I've been sheriff, and including even when I was police chief before that. So, things are changing. We need to change too. We need to be more attractive. I don't think that 20 and out is going to have people going out, but it's something when they hire in, it's attractive for them. I know when Mike Brickner said a few things that it didn't register when he said it, but later we actually followed what he said as far as making our process quicker. If you remember, you said that. And we did that because in this last process, and it really helped us. So people are paying attention more than they've ever done on our process. We've done that in the jail, and now we're doing it, for our merit officers, and so we learned a lot from that. So I appreciate the comment, because you might not think we're listening, but we're listening. But it was a really good suggestion, and we followed it. But I think the 3 and out is on the other end, so guys that might stay then because they know 3 and out, if they stay and they get promoted, they have a better chance, or their retirement will be much better. So, like you said, it's not the silver bullet, but it's definitely it really makes us more attractive. I think we have a great police department, but I think we just can't be stagnant. And I think you saw that in the study. You can't just sit back and do nothing. You have to do something. It might take a while, and this will really help us.
Well, I think that, and I appreciate that, I think, to echo what Sheriff Reynolds is saying, that this is a piece of the solution. It is not the cure-all solution to the challenge, I think, that not just your agency is facing with hiring, retaining good people, but it's, things have changed so much, over the last just few years. But, and I appreciate the effort. Again, money and, pay, a perk like this, I think, this is a perk, for an agency helps, but, looking at streamlining processes, officers now, as you know, they don't want to, spend their entire life at work. They want to have home time, shift schedules, specialty pays, so forth. I think it's a lot of things that we're moving towards, so, I agree. I did have a question.
Yes.
The $169,000 increase, is that an estimate, or is that something you say it's in 2024? Can you kind of explain just a little bit, why at $169,000? How do you come to that number?
So one of the requests that we make of the actuary is for them to take the current actuarial valuation, in which they said, here's what your plan is, here's every officer, here's their pay, here's what the plan will pay out in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. If we make any change to it, they actually plug those variables in and say, this is the difference in cost. So it's called a cost study, and we don't ever come to the county council without having done a cost study. And of those items there, you see the last one, we simply said savings. We know there will be. We confirmed it with the actuary, but the actuary said in order to do a cost study, you'd have to give us like 10 years history of what every overtime payment has been, and then estimate what the next 10 years would be. I go, okay, we don't need a cost study that bad. So that's the only one we didn't get a number for. We had no way to create those numbers, to go back and track it, and then estimate exactly how do you give them a number of what the overtime is going to be 9 years from now, and which officer is going to have it. And at that point, I said, okay, thank you for doing the other 5. We're done.
I had just one question on it. What, add plain language to clarify vesting years of service for rehires. What was that?
Believe it or not, the department hired an officer back, had been on the department before. We talked about simplifying the hiring I think you've hired one or two more this year.
Right.
That had previous, so they don't have to go through the training, and it wasn't in our plan documents.
Okay.
We're just cleaning it up.
Okay. And the actuary said, you need to fix that. We can't tell you what it would be, so we actually drew it up, presented it to the merit board to make a decision for that officer. And now, for the next officers, we will have the language.
Very good.
But thanks for asking. They're all very detailed, what we had to do, and two of them were, the actuary said, no, you need to do this.
What's the average age of, a new officer that you're bringing in? Do you know?
New officer. We know that? 28?
Yeah, we're getting from 24.
It's getting older.
We're up, less processing.
I've noticed that
A
with
new officer
other,
that you're bringing in?
a couple of the other departments. We had a discussion on that, and a whole lot of officers seem to think they're going to be gone at an early age. They're like, well, but we're not, okay. So we did the last 15 years, and more than 50% of them were like 27 and older than 22, 23, 24, and 25. So it used to be, and same with yours, the last 2 years has seen even more people in their late 20s, 30s coming into the department. So back to the one question about 20 years and out, if they're not hired till they're 30, they're not leaving till they're 50, and all we changed was, it was 20 years and age 50, and now it just says 20 years. And it's more of an impression to give to the officers than I think what will actually happen.
The more that can be done to recruit a good talent, and to keep good talent, the more we can do, the better. And it sounds like these two components, and that's the 20 and out and the 3 years versus 5, those are two very specific things that kind of separates the department from other agencies.
Right.
I'd say as long as we capitalize on those opportunities in our recruitment, and then of course the officers will appreciate it along the way, then I think it makes a lot of sense and it's the right thing to do.
I would add one last item, and when you do an amendment to the plan, and we presented this way back when, changes to the plan require the approval, the signature of the sheriff, the merit board, and the county council. We can't make changes without you, you can't make changes without us. And so I do have copies of the paperwork as opposed to just sending you copies of the amendment and you pick one out. So we have a folder, and we made copies for each signee, and so there's actually 4 copies of it. So once we get all the signatures, we return a copy to the county council. One goes to the actuary, one stays with the sheriff, merit board, and one for our office. So
that's under the impression the merit board is fully in support of it.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, we have their approval in advance. We would not you would not have been presented to the county council without their approval in advance, as well as the approval of the officers.
Yep.
But really appreciate that thought.
Very good.
Further discussions, questions, comments? We got a roll call on the 6 amendments. I'm correct, right? 6 amendments to the pension plan.
It's the 6th, just because there happens to be 6 parts. It's
the 6th amendment?
Yeah, the first amendment, I don't think we've rewritten the plan.
I think we got the point.
2014.
We'll vote. We're good.
All right. Motion second on the floor for the 6th amendment. Get a roll call on that.
You already sold it. Stop selling.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Bozick?
Yes.
Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Jessen?
Yes.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
And Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to get into your budget session and find some money.
Take care.
Got it, man.
Take care, you guys. Take care. See you later.
Take care.
Health Department.
That's why I asked her earlier.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging out. What time is it? Order some pizzas or something, or? Couple transfers here. Well, there's more than that. Yeah, there's four, it looks like. 3 different funds. There's $100 from hourly to overtime. Reason transfer needed to cover overtime paid during COVID testing. There's a $2,000 transfer from rebinding records to dues and subscription. The reason transfer needed to cover membership dues to the Indiana Environmental Health Association, the National Environmental Health Association, and the Indiana Public Health Association, and IVRA,
Indiana Vital Records Association.
Why didn't we put that in there?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I got tired of typing.
There was something in there, we wouldn't know. So, another transfer, the Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity for Infectious Disease Grant Fund, to transfer $100 from hourly to PERF shortage in fund for the New Year's testing. And a workforce cooperative agreement for emergency response grant transfer, $10,500 from motor vehicles to advertising reason. Transfer needed due to decreased immunization grant fund needs.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion and second on the floor for all 4 transfers out of 3 different funds. Discussion, questions, comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
Made it. Good luck.
See you later.
All right, I think that's all. Was there, parks?
They were going to come but they haven't moved out all their details.
Okay, you sent me that,
Okay, because it was on my agenda, and I thought.
All right. No, we're not gonna do a Board of Elections or registration. Table it? Come on up.
But she gave you a handout too.
New handout?
Yeah.
Board of Elections and Registration. General Fund. There's a transfer, $3,000 from travel board to absentee board, $15,000 from postage to hourly, $17,000 from postage to absentee board, $2,000 from postage to food and groceries. There's an additional $8,000 to absentee boards, $53,000 polling place boards. Reason, replenish account due to increase in early voting center acknowledgements. There's an additional $79,000 to salaries. Reason, requesting 2 additional employees at $39,982 each, plus FICA and PERF and insurance. That would require a Form 144, 0 to $39,982. Deputy 2 at $39,982, equals $79,674. Why is another deputy? I guess it's the same, it's the equal. So, reason, requesting 2 additional employees at $39,982. Need to increase hourly amount for security and add amounts for judge, line monitor, and office staff.
I don't know what that is.
What is that?
Are we doing all of these at once?
What's the need to increase hourly? Where's that money at?
We already did that. I don't know why it was called that. We did that like...
So scratch out the need to increase hourly security. Got thrown in there. All right, there's a transfer, an additional, and a 144 that would go along with the second additional. So, there it is in front of y'all.
Just throwing it all together.
Well, no, I mean, take it one by one. Take it however you...
I'll make a motion to approve the two additionals.
So,
wait a minute. Requesting 2 additional employees. Why are you doing that at this time? No, I'm not gonna make that. I'm not gonna make that. Why are you asking for 2 additional just prior to budget time?
Well, because I came to you in 2019 when the department was created, and I was told, no, we're not gonna do that right now because we need to see what it's gonna function with full-time staff. Then 2020, COVID hit, so I was told not to. 2021, we didn't know how much tax base there was going to be, so now here we are 2022, and we are beyond burned out.
You run good elections.
We do, with over 12,000 hours of comp time.
But that department is, from what I can remember, has worked a lot on part-time staff.
People don't want to work part-time. We've increased.
We were unable to hire a single person last election.
Yeah.
We had interviews.
Nobody will work part-time?
No,
We had interviews set and they never showed up.
What we're asking,
How much are you paying?
we go up to, I believe, $18 an hour, but what we're asking them to do, the hours we're asking them to put in, the skill we're asking them to put in, the attention to detail, is for us to train someone and then have them not come back. That's what's happening. And people want full-time jobs. They don't want a part-time job. We spend all this time training them, and then they don't come back for the general. Right.
They want to
not seasonal
hours, we need you 18 hours a day potentially for the last 2 weeks. So it's a very unique part-time that doesn't work for very many people.
And what we're looking at is more seasonal, less part-time. Part-time people expect to work the same amount of hours roughly the entire year. Seasonal is high volume, and what we're asking for them is a lot. It is. I mean, literally, you need to plan on being there a minimum of 12 hours. For a month. And that, for a month at least, and that includes weekends.
How much do we pay our poll workers just to work on an hour?
Well, it depends on
Break it down into the hours.
If you break it down to hourly?
Yeah.
Not very much.
So it's less than 18?
Yeah.
But they're willing to do that because
it's a one day, and people enjoy it, they have the same groups, civic duty.
We have increased that.
Yes, we have increased it. We increased it in 2019.
Where are you going to be stationing these 2 people? Would they be here at the voter's registration office or in the clerk's office, or where at?
They'd be in the elections and registration office.
Oh, it's not voter's registration.
We're combining
downstairs?
Yes.
Explain or tell me a little bit about the 12,000 hours of comp time.
So we took how much comp time had been created from salary staff, and then we added it up from July of 2019 all the way through the end of the primary in 2022. And then, but that does not include my extra hours, my chief's extra hours, or the director or assistant director. So that would be in addition to the 12,000. So if you take that 12,000 hours and you divide it out by the number of years, that's on average an extra 100 hours a week. I'm only asking for 70.
Can you comfortably say that this would eliminate comp time?
100%? No.
It would narrow it.
Greatly reduce it? Yes.
Because I'm sure there's times where the hours are needed, and there's other times where you can use some of those
Right,
comp
well,
time
and part of the
hours.
problem with comp time is you earn it, well, now you have to use it. So our staff has limited amount of time that they can use their comp time when we could use them preparing for the next election. So if we weren't earning 12,000 hours of comp time, they'd be able to work through the summers and get ahead on things and clean up things and do destruction and update different items, and we're basically at a standstill because we don't have the staff.
Is this is this a policy issue or a staffing issue?
Staffing.
Okay, so the policy in place of having to burn comp time,
Oh, that's a commissioner policy.
I know it is.
So,
But is it a policy issue or
well, I
is
mean,
it
if we
a
weren't
staffing
earning
issue?
it to begin with, it wouldn't be an issue at all. But based on when election, like high-volume election season is, there's literally the last 2 weeks of May, June, and July.
So the
Those are hours they can take.
policy on the requirement on when you have to burn comp time, it's counterproductive. I mean, you're chasing your tail.
Yeah, it is.
So is that a policy issue?
But if we didn't have to use it right away, then we would have employees sitting on
Well, not only that,
Well, it would be managed by the department head, not the commissioners.
right, but the other thing that we have is anniversary dates. So if they wait to use their comp time, now they just lost all their PTO and vacation because they just re-upped their vacation. So, I mean, if we had the staffing, we wouldn't be earning the comp time, and then people would be able to use their vacation and their PTO as needed.
So you could schedule and manage when people use their comp
Yes.
time.
If we, within reason, yes. Especially if they weren't earning.
So it sounds like a little bit of both. It sounds like it is a policy challenge.
In part, yeah.
Because you're trying to follow policy.
We do get more leeway,
on
but
when you have to use
still
comp, they have to burn it, but if you could manage it, then it would be less burdensome for you, correct?
Yeah. But I mean, you figure at the end of an election cycle, we've got well over 100 and something hours per person.
So is it something that we have to look at a different policy to help you manage your department and not restrict so much when your employees have to use their comp time?
I mean, that would be helpful, but not earning the comp time would be better.
We had the other people, the more preparation.
We're talking about hiring two more full-time people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't take that lightly. I mean, it's...
No, absolutely.
Right.
The employees would not be accruing 100 hours of comp time each election though either. It would, a guess, at least half of that, I would say, because...
Yeah, could you just pay it out?
I'm sorry?
Ask the commissioners for an exception to just pay out the comp time rather than have it accumulate?
In 2020, we were able to pay the full-time, normal full-time staff, part of their hourly, or part of their overtime, but then we'd have to up our overtime budget significantly.
If you don't get these employees, I mean, what are you missing right now, and what could you possibly miss? I mean, you've managed.
We've managed, but we are a seasoned group of people, and to ask them to work 80 hours is absolutely ridiculous. But unfortunately, they are that dedicated, and they're doing it. Killing each other. Like, the chiropractor appointments that happen is absolutely ridiculous. The backs are all jacked up, every single one of them. And they seize up. We bought the desk risers, so they weren't sitting for 12 hours, but it's not enough. And again, we're not young.
It's our ability to grow with a lot of projects. I mean, since Jessica's been clerk, I'm sure you've all seen that she has gone above and beyond to do outreach and create new ideas and get people involved. And it can only get better and better from there, but we can't do it with the limited staff that we have. So we can't continue to grow and implement new things. But there was the list that she added to it is all new things that the office is taking on that we didn't do years ago. There's lots of new programs that have been implemented to make it easier for candidates to file their campaign finance reports online. We've started going out to high schools to try to get teenagers involved so that they're familiar with the equipment when they turn 18, and we've already heard glowing reviews just from visiting one high school, but we could be doing so much more if we had staff to cover the office so that we could code these extra elections, or just managing the fair for the 10 days is hard to do the work into creating the mock election and staffing the booth, but we do so much great things at the fair even. So much of the community tells us, you know, we're so glad that you're here to answer our questions because we had these negative thoughts and ideas and we didn't trust it, and now that we get to actually understand the process, we feel so much better about it. So even just the fair event is a huge positive step for the county. Well,
I think I'm just say, and I mean, we're almost in September and you're asking for 2 full-time employees right now. And there isn't a department in the county that couldn't sit where you're sitting and say they need more people. Every department, the sheriff just went through the same thing. You know, he's going through doing the same thing. You know, EMA, director's looking to hire somebody for EMA. I mean, everybody's needs more people, so...
Well,
and I
I wish I
understand.
could make try and understand a little bit more how you need two people added to the payroll in September. That's a tough pill to swallow right
Well,
now.
per state code, we have to hire in pairs. Each director hires one half of the staff. So hiring one person, we have to hire two, because you can't cut one person in half and they each hire half of them. That's how the state code is written.
Because you have to have a Republican in it.
We have to have a Republican and a Democrat. We have to hire in pairs, so that's why we're asking for two. In addition to that,
What about independent? Can't you just hire one?
Green Party.
Sounds like you need to run for state rep.
Right.
So Jess, is that how you came up with two, or
Yeah.
would one be at a more appropriate number?
No, I mean, two is needed. One, we can't do, which is part of why in 2019 I was told that I needed to wait. The other part of that is we need them to learn how to code elections. We already have saved county money because before, every time we had a change in our election polling locations or something to the ballot or whatever, we would have to send that back to our vendor, and then they would come back with us with whatever the changes are. They'd bill us for extra, especially if it was on a rush or whatever happened. In 2020, we paid a lot of extra fees. So in order to stop that from happening again, the directors and myself learned how to code our own elections with ballot layout and everything else. That saves for any future changes. But we are still paying an outside company $44,000 for 1 week worth of work to code our machines. So we can afford to pay them $44,000 and take that check to Omaha and do whatever they do with it. But if we paid $39,000 for one person, we could get work out of them all year long. It just
So does that $44,000 go away with this? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we can take 40.
To pay them.
Right, we can take.
in their contract to do it.
No, that is not in our contract. Our maintenance agreement is just a maintenance agreement. They do updates and make sure that our equipment is smooth and things like that. Our poll books have updates. That's what our contract does.
So what line on here goes down?
Right. Ballots and coding. In addition to that, our contract, when we signed it in 2019, it was $14.50 a day for them to come do this. Now, our contract ended December 31st, so now it is $17.95 a day. And on January 1, 2023, it will go up again.
So ballots and coding will go down in
It'll go down
2023?
$40,000.
$40,000.
How fast does that happen?
It'll go down in 2023, $40,000.
So that's $40,000 to go toward the salary.
We're still talking about two new employees.
Yeah, and I guess, maybe Mike, to your point, maybe why September and why it's in front of us is that it is the, election division. They're right in the middle of the midterms and
Well, it helps to know
walking
that,
into the election.
it helps that you have some of this money in your budget that you're not, so you're.
Right, but with our move to vote centers, we transferred a lot of our money into postage line items and things like that. And as the commissioners noted in theirs, that they had to pay extra for postage because it went up. That is because of all of the updates in voter registration. The code and the Indiana guidelines of what they're doing to have somebody be able to register to vote and change their voter registration, even when they move, it went from maybe 1 or 2 simple steps to about a 7-step process. And each time we have to mail things. So when we mailed our vote center.
They require us to provide postage paid envelopes to the voters for quite a few things now that were not necessary before.
So just the addition in state code, and I noted that on some of the, I was asked by a council member what we did since 2019, so we put together that added list of tasks, and a lot of those were state mandated. The voter list maintenance, all of these things. So yes, we can save $40,000 in coding in 2023. We still need another person to help with all these voter registrations. The uptick in voter registrations, what do you say, we had 40,000 events?
In the off year. So a lot of people think that when there's no big elections, that there's a lull in things that we do, but last year, or 2021, it was last year. Last year, we had so many projects going on and so many things that we accomplished. That's when we learned to code our own elections, and that was a big, lengthy process. And
in the off year, there was 40,000 registrations edited, so that's...
I'm just gonna say, I'm not saying you don't need extra help. I think the question is, are we gonna give it, at this point, are you gonna get it? And I think that's what we need to just vote. Yeah, you don't have to sell me on that you're taxed, and, you know, a lot of departments are. So now we have to just decide, I guess, the council, is this the time to do that?
I mean, I like the idea of noting that $40,000 will come out of ballots and coding next year, so that's kind of what you're offering up. I would also like to think that at some point in the future, the efficiencies of our system and the new equipment will pay dividends, I would assume. I mean, you know, right now you're going through a difficult time because we're still educating people on how to vote with a touch screen. That's why you're out at the fair so intently, and, you know, you're doing so many of these things to kind of help educate the voters how to vote, now where to vote with a vote sign. I mean, so that takes time, that takes effort and education, but hopefully at some point, you know, people get it. And I would hope also somehow with technology and so forth, you know, I don't know why the voter registration itself is so difficult and complicated. I think could people do that online and so forth? And so hopefully with those technologies, that should become easier.
It's still processed on our end the same way.
So when they register online, people, we're in the time in society of immediacy, and so people think because they register online that it's immediately processed and they can go vote. So then when that doesn't happen, then they go and change their ID at the BMV and they register there, and then they still don't know what's happening, so then they go and register somewhere else. Well, now we have 3 duplicate registrations, so that's 3 times the amount of work of processing one voter registration, because now you have to go through a whole other set of processes. So, and it's a transient society, so people are moving constantly. But as far as staffing within the county, and I just took a quick look at it, but I'm pretty sure that voter registration in the elections office is one of the 6 least staffed offices in the county. And we put on events twice a year for 130-something registrants.
Is it based on numbers? You're just looking at raw numbers, Jessica?
Well, and I know that some people are paid out of different funds, but I looked at the general fund budget and I counted up how many people have a 4-person staff, including their directors, and it was...
What about counties our size, roughly? I mean...
Well, then with that you have to go...
how many are running elections? What's that, you know?
Well, you have to look at not only our size, but how many of them are combined boards. Some of them are still voter registration offices and elections offices, so are we adding all their employees together?
Sure, we're doing both. How many, just to keep it simple, for the voter registration? Is it, give me another county and how many people do they have, and how many people do they serve?
Lake County has...
That's probably not a good example.
But I think their office has around 15, yeah.
Voter registration has 15, or they're both combined?
Combined, I think. And in other offices, the director and the assistant director aren't asked to do the daily tasks. They don't have a choice to. They're doing more administrative tasks, which is what they should be doing as a director and assistant director. These ladies have to process voter registrations, they have to process absentee applications, they have to do all of that. And the higher the volume of absentee applications and absentee votes, that's what keeps them there all night. I mean, we need staff to be able to do staff things, and we need director and assistant directors to be able to do those things.
So this office has had a lot of changes, you know, from the state law, from changing the legislation that changed it to new voter equipment that was then thrown in some pretty high voter turnouts, registration turnouts, and we've kept it at a bare minimum. You know, if Pop Rod was here today, he would say, elections come with a cost, and it's part of democracy, and we've kept you guys down, and you talk about, we want our employees to have a life too, Mike, when these employees are working, 12 hours a day for how many months out of the year, I think we're overworking in an office here. It's my opinion. We told them to wait to see how the new law, the new equipment works. amount of overtime that they're doing right now. We've just kept it down. It's,
we had some discussion not all that long ago, Jessica, where we were talking about the director and assistant director pay, and I think part of that had to do with their tasks and duties and being overworked and so forth, and talked about increasing their pay fairly substantial. Are we saying that where their pay is now, that we're comfortable with where their pay, so we're not going to add two people and then say we also are desperately in need of a big increase and that sort of thing?
I mean, absolutely, they are underpaid. For the skills and things that they go through, the amount of effort that they put into, and they've saved the county a ton of money, and we're looking at doing it again. We're looking at creating our own poll worker online program instead of paying some other company $60,000 to do it, because together the three of us can figure it out. But, I mean, these are the things they need time to do. And they're both, Becky's in the process of it now, getting SEAT certified, so certified in election technical training is from Ball State. So the skill level, they're looking at best practices, they know how to code elections. I mean, they are hot commodity items, and we need to keep them.
So in answer to my question, you're saying that you're
that if that wage
be a big
analysis comes
advocate
back
for a big increase.
Yes, if the wage analysis comes back that they are owed money, I 1,000% agree that they are owed higher amount of annual salary, and I think that is completely independent of what their staff makes or the number of staff, because right now, again, I think they're one of the 6 lowest staffed offices, and they do a lot of work, and I'm not going to say that other offices don't, but I don't think they do the volume of work that these do.
Let me ask you this question. If you look at adding 2 people, which clearly would lighten the load for everybody, I mean, that would be the whole intent, frankly. Would you be inclined to lean more heavily on adding 2 people, or would you lean on giving your directors more pay?
I would be inclined to keep them completely separate, because they are. That wage analysis said that it is based on a 7-hour day, not an 18-hour day. So putting the directors back down to a 7-hour day by giving them 2 more people, that would be an ideal situation. And they should still receive the compensation that the wage study says they should on a 7-hour day.
Question? So you're gonna take this $130,000 next year, and it'll be at $90,000?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we pass this, just to either get the discussion going or to let it die.
I'll second. There's a motion and a second on the floor for the transfer and 2 additionals and Form 144 change. Motion second on the floor. Further discussion? Comments, questions?
Well, I have a question. When will you be hiring these 2 people, if it's approved?
As soon as we get it posted and find quality candidates.
Okay, will it be...
have a couple.
Full-time position would bring in people.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at, you don't need this full additional appropriation for the remainder of the year?
No, no.
So it has to be cut down. So are we talking 7 pay periods, 6 pay periods? When do you think you'll get them? And every additional appropriation that's approved right now is going to cut into next year's budget. That's why I'm trying to pair.
What is the, ideally, we'd like to have them by the middle of September. So whatever weeks they need to start for the second pay period.
6 or 7.
Even if it went for the last pay period into where they actually got paid in October. I don't know what the start date is.
Well, you're ready to pay period 18 by next Friday, that will be the end of 18.
Vicki, why don't you just tell her what date, and we'll make that motion, and that'll be the date.
That's what, well, I didn't know if...
I mean, even if she finds someone, she's telling me can't start for 2 weeks, it is what it is. If she gets approved.
No, thanks, Vicki. Great question.
And this will have a positive effect on comp time.
Yeah.
Greatly reduced.
Oh, absolutely.
I know, I'm banking on it, that doesn't happen at all, I'm going to paper.
I'm not even gonna... I'm not even gonna...
You didn't hear that. I didn't know he drank it. feels like it, right?
So if you
I know, I'm
start
excited about dinner.
December 26th, assuming you can hire and post and everything that quickly, we're talking 8 pages.
What's the number? I'll amend it quickly. No, I meant the number that I need to amend my motion. It's amended.
So they could
Consider it amended.
for 22,000.
21,529. We're not rounding up.
What's the total?
21, let's just round it up to 21,530.
And that's for both positions?
Yes.
Okay, I amend my motion to the 21,530 for both positions.
That's for the additional in salaries?
I'll second that.
Are you asking me, Jeremy? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just kind of reconfirming.
Yes, sir.
Both you and the auditor.
That's starting at the beginning of the 20th pay period.
So you can't start before that. If this passes.
So there's an amended motion on the floor for the transfer of the two additionals and the Form 144 for the two employees. Further discussion. We get a roll call, Madam Auditor, on the transfer of two additionals and
Yeah.
Form 144.
Councilmember Bozick?
Yes.
Councilmember Brickner?
Yep.
Councilmember Graham?
No.
Councilmember Jessen?
Yes.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
And Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
The one. So you'll be putting those two in the budget that you'll be submitting tomorrow or today, well, whenever.
Yes.
Remember
I'm
to bring
allowed
that
to
down.
update that.
Balance and code, bring that down.
We will be, you guys,
Okay,
you guys.
because I'm like, I thought the
can't touch
form said that we're not
it.
supposed to touch
Yeah,
that.
we'll put it in.
We hear one peep about anything going wrong this election cycle.
You guys do great.
You guys do good work.
They do a wonderful
We have
job.
to remember to do
We got an appointment? All right.
Has to be a Democrat.
Doesn't matter what we do. You want to do second reading first? Let's do second reading. Madam Auditor, please. Okay, if you're ready, are we do the appointment first? Appointment
Do
first?
the appointment first,
Okay,
yes,
that's
please.
fine. All right, you guys, we had somebody step down, from our, PETA BOA, so we had to re-advertise it. It was, it's on there, so, has there been, what, 4?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm looking at?
Does it have to be a Democrat, Jeremy, or does it matter?
Is that clarified?
I don't know, we have a Republican one, that's why I was...
It's on,
Law. Peter Boa has, right now, 2 Republicans, and it did have a Democrat. And, you can't have 3 Republicans on the board for a balance. I think it's an IC code. I could be wrong, but it's always been, Vicki? Yes? Isn't it a, IC code that you have to have on Peter Boa?
No,
He
it's
has
not.
been on Peter Boa. Right now, there's 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat that resigned. So isn't it law that you have to have?
I can't, I can't confirm that it's state law, but when I was on PETA BOA, it was 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat, and to the best of my knowledge, it's always been mixed.
That's what I've always.
But I can't quote code right
can we,
now on that.
can we defer to a representative from the assessor's office?
Yes, currently there's 1 Republican, 1 Democrat. There were 2 Democrats, but one of the Democrats stepped down, so right now it's even.
What are their names?
Only 3 members on the team.
Yeah.
Oh, so we could do a Democrat or a Republican, is what you're saying? Nice.
So, I'm confused about the Hobart address and the Indianapolis address. I don't know why we would consider somebody outside of the county. In my opinion, anyway.
Oh, I agree 100%, it doesn't make sense to me.
Even that would be the one that, for sure, Sylvia, I don't know why statute wouldn't require them to live in the county. When which they're
Well,
reviewing.
I could be very wrong, it's just all, that's all.
No, yeah, I'm not disagreeing one way.
I'd like to make a motion that Linda Zyla be appointed to the PWO board.
Second. There's a motion second on Linda.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah, I mean, we
I'd like to make a motion that Hannah Truba be appointed
all right,
to
so
the Peter Bowl Board.
we've got two, I'm glad they're the two that are living in this county. All right.
Get it on there?
So we have, Hannah and Linda.
Just to say that my thought goes to the original deadline when the applications were submitted. The original application was due on the 19th, as I understand it, and Linda and perhaps Grusny and Steele were in by the 19th, is that correct? So, in light of Linda making the deadline, that's kind of where I throw my support.
Any further discussion?
Well, there's probably some confusion as to, I mean, was the deadline extended because there was some confusion as to who can be on the board?
That's exactly right. I didn't know that it was, right now, was made up of, one and one.
Joey, did the advertisement specify Democrat or Republican, or did it not say it at all?
Did not say.
Okay, so we didn't...
But it state that, when you fill out the application, that you do have to declare.
But it didn't state that it was Democrat or Republican on the public advertising. Okay, thank you. Sorry. What do we need, Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, looking at them both, I don't know if we can go wrong here. It's like they both have experience in real estate, so.
Right.
I'm glad to see that, so. All right, Madam Auditor, can you get take a roll call on, the appointment?
And will it be done, should be saying the name that you want?
Correct.
Okay. So are you gonna say Linda Zylo?
Yeah, we'll say Linda or Hannah.
Okay, Linda or Hannah. Okay, Councilmember Brickner.
Linda?
Councilmember Graham.
Hannah.
Councilmember Jessen.
Linda Zyla?
Councilmember Sims.
Hannah.
Councilmember Wagner.
Hannah.
Councilmember Rivas.
Hannah.
And Councilmember Bozak.
Linda.
So Hannah has 4 votes, and Linda has 3. So it appears that it's going to Hannah.
I would just like to suggest that as we talk about deadlines for appointments and so forth, that if we're going to re-advertise or extend the deadline for whatever the reason is, to make sure that the entire board and council is aware of that decision.
Agree?
I don't disagree. All right, we get second reading, Madam Auditor.
Yes. Whereas it has been determined that it is now necessary to appropriate more money than was appropriate in the annual budget, therefore be it resolved by the Porter County Council of Porter County, Indiana, that for the expenses of the taxing unit, the following additional sums of money are hereby appropriated out of funds named and for the purposes specified, subject to the laws governing the same. General fund, a total of $200,030. Stormwater and Development, $5,000. Sheriff Section Violent Offender Fund, $53,000. Tax Sale Fees Fund, $70,000. Sheriff Donation Fund, $15,000. And that concludes second reading.
Motion on the floor.
Second.
Second, discussion, roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Jessen?
Yes.
Councilmember Sims?
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Bozak?
Yes.
Councilmember Brickner?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been a long meeting.
It has. Oh, yeah.
Harold, yeah, I apologize. Harold was coming, he sent me a text, tried to call me. I think one of his kids was sick, he started feeling not well, so he decided to, play it safe and went home. So, he did reach out, so there is, no attorney's report. We've been a really conservative county. We're in good shape. I think last year, we actually, for the first time in a long time, brought in more money than we spent in the general fund. We have money in the general fund. We've done a good job, this council, directing this county, so, put ourselves in a position to do things like hire 2 people, get ready for a wage study, and hopefully take care of our employees, buy a sheriff's, department, a SWAT vehicle, so on and so forth. So, because of our work in the past, so, I just want to commend the council, but we still got a lot of work to do. So, if there's anything from the general public, I know it's been long, so, anything that is relative to, what we discussed tonight, I'll give you a minute or 2, please make it brief. State your name and what it is that, you're referring to on, our agenda.
Oh, it's on the agenda. Okay, my name's Dawn Miller, Helen Bethel. I just have a couple questions. I come before the council today to ask these questions.
Can you speak in the microphone just for the recording purpose? Thank you.
Okay. Why do we have a steering committee and a subcommittee if you plan on deciding on where you want the ARPA funds to go? I asked the first question for this reason. Why are you planning on holding on to nonprofit funding from ARPA unless a Commissioner Begg gets on board with the Memorial Opera House project? Before you say this is untrue, Jeremy Rivas, you were overheard saying this, and I'm just kind of surprised that would be something that you would want to threaten to hold funds for the nonprofits of all. I was pausing to give you a chance to just let me know if that was true or not.
Is that all that you're...
No, that's not all.
Oh.
Go ahead.
There's a lot going on.
As long as I've been sitting here, I have questions. Okay, so the wage study that was done, we paid $90,000 for that, the county. And then there was a couple of us in the audience asked if we could have a copy of that. Why was that an issue?
The company, from what I understand, it was the company's request due to their work, all of the work that they've gone into it, they didn't want their work copied.
They only asked it not to go on the website, too. They did say you could have a copy of it, and they only requested that we don't put it on the website. I don't know if we're going to do that or not.
That's what I understood.
But yeah,
we'll ask our attorneys. It's a work product of the county, so we'll let the committee, the auditor, and the attorneys, have that conversation.
So Porter County has about, $3 million to give raises for Porter County employees next year. Am I in the right ballpark here?
We have about $3 million.
Okay, about $3 million. So after seeing the wage studies and after seeing all the reckless spending, I feel that these are more reasons to stop the consideration of the $6.8 million of the bond for the Memorial Opera House. All I have. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? In regards... Oh, okay, sorry.
No, you don't. It's right there.
We did this last time, so Jessica Justin, do you need the address and everything as well? No? Okay. Wow, this was daughter's eating pizza out with the officer out there. This has been very informative. One of the things I just didn't notice when it comes to Peterborough Board, and I will be looking into this, if you guys violated an open door policy by not publishing it appropriately, the extension,
I will be filing that. So if you guys want to look into that, because that is not okay. Deadlines are deadlines. Kids, even our kids, we hold them accountable in school. We don't give extensions without proper notice and so forth. So I would suggest you guys look into that. The ARPA funds. They were sent by the commissioners back on May 18th, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, what?
The ARPA funds, the appropriations were sent by the commissioners back on May 18th for approval here.
I think they just approved them this last meeting.
Just this past
Yeah, I believe so.
Why were they not put on the agenda? You're in charge of the agenda, Mr. Rivas, right?
Yeah, I'll answer the question. Have you got anything else on that?
That's it right now. I mean, what do you say may prompt additional questions?
If I could just clarify, I believe the commissioners gave the final approval to the plan on August 2nd, whatever that meeting was, it was in August.
Okay.
So they had to have two readings. So one was in July and one was in August. I'm pretty positive, I'm going on memory.
Okay. So the funds have been ready to be approved by this board for quite some time. I mean, they've also been sitting here for almost 2 years. You have lots of nonprofits out there that need this money. You guys just saw at the foundation meeting, there was 9% loss just in your own funding. So then the other question is, that I have, a lot of community members, because I hear Mr. Rivas is boasting about this, that he threatened to not ever approve the funds for ARPA and use them for the Memorial Opera House. Is this true?
You heard me boasting about it.
Through multiple community members.
Yeah.
That's a threat to numerous nonprofits.
That's criminal.
I think it's about 10 years ago, there was a vote of not confidence, so you couldn't be president. I think withholding funds from all these nonprofits, I'm sure these directors would like to know that. I think you guys have some decisions to make about him being president and allowing this to take place. It happened about 10 years ago, didn't it?
I will say in one of her questions, I think that we should look into the Peterborough decision, and it could be redone. You know, if there's any conflict in that.
Yeah, I'll
do it again.
Well, we want to probably do that as soon as possible before we notify them, or do you want to have Joy hold off on notifying the lady before? I'd hate to bring her up and then...
Yeah, contact Harold in the morning, and I'll Harold in the morning, just to make certain. Yeah, no problem with that.
But I think we should.
Yeah, in terms of, in terms of ARPA, it was just passed by the commissioners, and talking to some council members, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and the timing, one of the things we talked about, moving ARPA forward, in its timeline was to have it ready for the budget session. So, because there's a lot going on with the study, there's a lot going on with buildings, it's just not the Opera House, it's the center garage, that we're looking at. And we have a lot of needs in this county too, and if you notice, we're the only county that has considered giving money out to nonprofits or any other organizations. So, I thought I read somewhere where a commissioner says we have all these internal problems, so it really gives me pause, if we've got more internal problems than I ever thought, then we definitely, in my opinion, need to give pause and make certain that we're taking care of other things before we hand money out, just like the rest of the communities around us that I've seen that are using it, whether it's for police vehicles, stormwater, buildings. So, this is the process. We're the last vote on ARPA, and, it's in front of us, at some point. I think the timing of it is perfect as we roll into budget session. So, you know, whether it's brought up next month or, you know, right in the middle of budget sessions, as we look at the wage study and see if anything fits in there, we look at maybe the vehicle for the sheriff, whether we look at funding of, you know, any of our other buildings or other problems that come up. I think the timing is perfect, and that's why we laid it out, in this path, so.
So are you openly admitting, saying that you are willing to withhold those funds for this opera house? And I got the renderings, and the project has nothing to do with maintaining the historical, structure of this building. So are you honestly saying that you would be willing to hold nonprofits' money so that you could get this passed?
I'm not gonna have a debate back and forth. What I'm saying is that the timing is perfect for the
foundation just said that it is not perfect for I'm sorry, was it a -9 for whatever? I'm sorry, I'm not good with the whole foundation, but they said it's not a good time. You want this project so bad, which does not make sense.
It's a yes/no question. Did you threaten to not ever approve the funds and use Memorial Opera House funds if the commissioners sent the ARPA funds to the council to approve payment? Did you, yes or no?
No, because the funds are gonna get approved, one way or another. I'm not gonna debate, I'm not gonna hear a debate about what Jim says or doesn't say.
He didn't say it. It was over.
Justin, were you there? Were you witness?
No, here's what I'm gonna tell you.
Bozak, were you there?
I was not there, no.
Here's what I'm gonna...
Did he boast to you?
Hearsay is inevitable in a court of law, I apologize.
So here's what I'd like to say about the pause that we've had in the ARPA money. The ARPA money is a big consideration, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do what's right. And there's certainly been plenty of discussion among several council members talking about how the plan has developed and the parts of it that are great and the parts of it that maybe weren't as great as it could have been. And so we're pausing because we don't want to rush into a decision that we're not comfortable with. And so I would say, and this is me talking, from an ARPA perspective, I'm not so quick to take a victory lap on what we did with the ARPA process. Now, I know a lot of people have said it was a great process, and we had input, and we had 30, 40 meetings, and they were all viewable on the website. Well, I can tell you, in terms of the input that we received from outside stakeholders, as part of those meetings, I was at more than half of them, and there were 5 to 10 people at most there to offer their opinion, and typically it was the same people. So if you want to talk about how the outreach really created this overwhelming amount of input from throughout the community, I didn't see it that way. And I think my focus on the ARPA money from the very beginning, frankly, was to say we have needs throughout the county. And my personal take on it was to say that the priority for me is to make sure that we take care of the county needs first. And so whether it be, and there's been an editorial written about all the needs that we have in the county, all to say that it's reasons why we shouldn't do the Opera House, and we've got bridge problems, and we've got road problems, we got jail problems, we got salary issues. We have all the multiple, this is my turn, Don. So we have all these issues that we're dealing with. And I can tell you that in terms of the progress that's been made on bridges, on roads, on stormwater, on capital assets throughout the county over the last 7.5 years is more than had been done in the previous 20 or 25. And our focus has been to take care of our things first, because that's our duty. And I would throw, personal opinion, I would certainly throw the Opera House in that mix in terms of needs of things that need to and should be taken care of. And we could disagree on that. But this is my turn, Dawn. This is my turn. So we can disagree on that. But for a multitude of different reasons, and from the outpouring of support for the Opera House, knowing that it's our asset, knowing that it's a historical monument, knowing that it creates community, knowing that it provides provides programming, and what it provides now will only increase into the future. I personally think that would be a great use of county funds, and I personally think that it would. I was in, Dawn, I'm still talking. Dawn, if you don't let me respond, I'm gonna ask you to step out.
That's fine.
So, with the Opera House itself, we have wondered, and we've asked people about the needs for what needed to be done. And if you look at, in fact, in the opinion piece, it talked about contact your county commissioners, contact your county council members to tell us how outrageous it is to spend the money on the Opera House. And I can tell you, from my personal tally, it's 20-1 saying the Opera House is a good investment and something that should be taken care of. Now, you can argue it's not scientific and all that sort of thing, but just as I have my opinion and those, in this case, 20 people have their opinion, you're entitled to have your opinion as well. But there's not an overwhelming amount of support in opposition to the Opera House.
So one person you're meeting me.
I don't even know if you were the one that offered up the email to the county.
So I'm the only person?
No, there was one person that submitted a response via email, as the person who wrote the editorial suggested. So, we can, so I guess to wrap up my personal take on it, the Opera House should be renovated to the tune of $6.5 million if that's what's required. I think it's an asset that we can look at 50 years down the road to say, hey, that's something that was done, and it was done, in my view, it should be taken out of ARPA money, and it was, that's what we did with ARPA money, and it's something that will live on forever.
You can't use the ARPA money for that, though.
You most definitely can, Dawn, and that's been talked about and discussed. Okay, I'm talking to the auditor who conducted the committee, and she says it could be, if that's what we decide to do, it's the use of the money. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so...
Was there a lot of, revenue?
Yeah, so...
Yes.
Yeah, it's perfectly, some people would argue it's probably the best example of what you could do with ARPA money, based on it being in the census tract, based on the people that it serves throughout the community. And what I'm going to say in closing, Dawn, and then I'm not going to get involved in exchange with you. I'm just going to tell you that, so as we look at the needs throughout the county, and we look at whatever those needs might be, although I think in many cases we've addressed those needs and we've had some great success in many of those infrastructure type needs. We've got a record of that, frankly. And so what could cause someone pause is to say, out of that money, should $9 million be handed out to nonprofit organizations? And I think that's a fair question, handed out in advance of or before taking care of the county needs that we have. So that's just my personal take.
But I don't see you guys,
But we're gonna, if you wanna, we're gonna take the next.
Hello, I'm Sharon Shepherd, Valparaiso resident. I'm a retired Valparaiso school teacher, and I have sat through many contentious school board meetings throughout my career, and I've thanked them, and I want to also thank you for what you've been doing. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I just want to add, I'm going to segue, I know it's late, but the can of worms seems to have been opened. All right, and I'm going to segue a little bit off of Councilman Justin, but, the ARPA money, when it's going to come to us, to put on the agenda, I'm not sure. But like I think a lot of people, I've been on the website and I've seen the final tally from the steering committee and where these funds are going. And have had a chance to, kind of review some of the asks. But anyway, I guess I kind of look at, we were gifted $33 million from the federal government, and what a great opportunity. That's the way I think that a lot of my colleagues looked at it. It was just a great opportunity. Whether you agree on whether we should have got or where it goes, but that's what it is. And so $33 million Porter County was given for relief money. And one of the things I think that, my colleagues will agree on is that we are charged with spending all the taxpayer money dollars wisely. and I think that comes first and foremost. And as Councilmember Justin has said, I mean, I look at some of, where this ARPA money is going, and a lot of it to nonprofit, and I sat on 2 subcommittees, and I will say that, it was a process, there were some flaws in the process, even being part of the subcommittees, but, I look at, an opportunity for the county that we are charged with looking at what the needs of the county are first and foremost. And a list that we have, and we heard some of the lists today, we have stormwater issues in the county, we have road issues in the county, bridges that need repair, county garage facilities, department that is falling down, our 911, that multi-million-dollar facility is not complete. There's HVAC issues there. There's, one of the commissioners decided that the solution to that was to buy 2 dehumidifiers and put it in a room where we have thousands of dollars worth of equipment that is collecting condensation. That's the solution, in that person's opinion. We have a prosecutor's office that's taxed and understaffed and underpaid. We have a sheriff's department that is understaffed and also underpaid. We have an EMA director that's understaffed. He's been asking for additional staffing as well. We have a coroner. We just went through an autopsy, fiasco tonight. Those are issues that we need to deal with as a county. We have fuel costs that are rising. We have an ambulance service that we're going to have to look at as a new contract, if we're going to renew our contract with the hospital. We have a wage study that's looming out there looking us right in the face, where everybody that's still here at 9:35 knows that our employees aren't at the medium range. We're going to have to deal with that. We have a parks department that is woefully lacking in funding and where it should be for a county our size and a county that for Porter County. And then we have the Opera House. We own the damn building. We own it. We have ordinances in the county to where people don't fix their dilapidated property. We go out there and send a code enforcement officer to enforce our county ordinance. We own this building, and at some point we have to reinvest in what we own, then sell it. We either fix it or sell it. And my vote is that we fix it. And the majority of the people I've heard from say the Opera House is a quality of life issue. It's the arts. It's something that we're responsible for, and we're obligated to reinvest in it. And there's certain people that are in county government that have been in county government for years and have done absolutely nothing but complain and not had any progress. I ran for county office to accomplish some things and to make some things happen. I look at what we're going to give us. County government is not in the business of financially sustaining nonprofit organizations. That is not our job. And we're giving away millions of dollars. I look at some of these things. The Pleasant Township Trustee's office needs to fix their swimming pool. I'm not saying they don't do great work, but is that where this money should go? We have the VNA. They need to buy a new van. I'm not saying that the VNA hospice doesn't do great work, but is that where some of this money should go? I can go on. The Boys and Girls Club. They've got a wonderful brand new facility, and we're giving money to the Boys and Girls Club. The nonprofits came out. And again, I learned a lot because I did see that a lot of people do good work, but it is not county government's responsibility to fund these organizations. They're nonprofits. That is not our job. Our primary job is to make sure that our employees are taken care of and to make sure that county issues are taken care of first. Now, once we go through some of these things that we can tie to ARPA, and stormwater, roads, whatever we have left over, I'm 100% in favor. Let's see what we can give to some of the nonprofits. But again, I'm not gonna say, but, I'm on pretty much the same page with, say with Councilman Justin. Again, it's a late night, but I'm gonna challenge this council. But if this ARPA plan comes to the council as is, you can count on my no vote right now. I'm just kind of planting the seed because I think that this would be a total disservice to what we're supposed to do. It would be kicking the can down the road again, that I think the county government for too long has been accustomed to. And we have an opportunity to shore up what we need to do within the county with some of this money. And again, I'm not saying that we take away all of this that's on the proposed plan that the commissioners have already approved, but it would be shameful for us to say, okay, we're going to spend $20-some million when we have we just added $250,000 of general fund tonight.
Yeah. But here's the thing, we already went through this process, and it was a long process. It involved all these people and had their input, and these non-for-profits took the time to fill out these applications and do everything that we have told them to do. So what I'd like to do is make a motion that ARPA is on the next agenda. So my motion is next agenda meeting will have the ARPA on it.
This was input.
I'm just throwing out mine.
The steering committee's job was not just to rubber stamp it. This was input. The steering committee's job was to evaluate it and do what's best for the county.
Right, and we had our opportunity to do that. So don't turn around now and say that we are not going to do this, or potentially, we told the Boys and Girls Club and all these other organizations they would get money, and now we're going to say because there's conflict, we're not doing it. I am not saying I'm not for the Emerald Opera House by any means, but they're not one and the same. We've already gone past that, we pulled it out of ARPA, and we decided to move ARPA forward. So I'd like to, again, make a motion that next meeting that we have ARPA on the agenda.
I'll second it, we can have that's fine, but as is, I can just say right now, there is no way I would approve that, and it would be shameful in my opinion, as a representative of the county, to approve it as stands.
Well, and that would have been great to come out at the steering committee meeting and state that, or to come to either commissioner meeting, or during your budget meeting, or the meetings that you were on. Now, it's pretty far down the process, so that's my opinion only.
No, the steering committee had a job to evaluate the information, not rubber stamp it.
Right, and we did. We did, it was a process.
It's rubber stamp. There are things on here that were approved that didn't even make the cutoff.
Well, that's why I made the motion, so let's debate it next meeting.
Okay.
Sylvia, you wait patiently.
Well, I have been waiting patiently, but do we need to vote on this motion, or? I would like to say that I agree almost 100% with what Mike Jessen said, and a lot of what Mike said. In 1895, and that was way before any of us, I'm certain there were people that were just out of their minds thinking that why are we spending all this money? And for that, we have an opportunity, and it is our building. It is a county building. Do you like what they're doing? Everybody has their own opinion. I like it because we're going to now have an art center. We're going to be involving children right there. We'll have a block. We're just like Munster and Crown Point and different areas. We've got a city that is a county seat that is booming, and we have an opportunity to really make a great input into what we already have. And it needs desperately to be renovated or rebuilt or whatever. There's parts of it that need rebuilding. There's parts of it that it's an all different array. The sheriff's, the building over there, it's in a mess too. And this needs to be joined. We have an opportunity to involve children more in it, and I think that, those children that are have the talent and have the want to get involved with, theatrical work, should have that opportunity.
Do we not have another theater in town, the Chicago Street Theater?
It is nothing to do with county government. And, that is how I feel about it. That's all I'll say.
You know, there is another, place for children to go and fill their...
Yeah, and if I could just suggest that, actually, one of the organizations set to receive money from ARPA is the Community Theater Guild at Chicago Street Theater.
Yes, I know how much they're expected to receive, and it definitely was not as much as, they were proposing $5.5 million for the Memorial Opera House. As a matter of fact,
This was a public comment.
Chicago Street Theater has $40,000 for a boiler.
I think she has to come up here and talk, and she said...
So there's a motion, there's a motion second on the floor, but ma'am, I'm sorry,
Very briefly, I just want to say that I respect what Dawn is saying, I understand that. I am terribly in favor of the Memorial Opera House. Not only does it give young children, youth, a chance to be involved in something positive, to develop their skills, to have interpersonal relationships with our community. It brings our community in. Also, when people come into our community from the whole county, as well as some surrounding ones, they're also bringing dinner to the theater. They're having dinner at our restaurants. They're using our county seat. We need to preserve that beautiful historical building, and as far as expanding it, that can only help. We'll have a lot of other beautiful opportunities. Other community groups use the Opera House. It's not only for plays and concerts. If people haven't gone and they haven't actually tried the Opera House, they haven't enjoyed it, they really don't know. They don't know. There's so many good causes, but I really, really feel the Opera House needs to be improved, updated, and the expansions need to be made because we're going into the future. We let it fall down, it's gone forever. And I want to thank also the board for all of this. It's wonderful. Thanks.
I think Sylvia had it right in terms of, and if we're talking about the Opera House, we're talking about the Opera House. It's an opportunity. I view it kind of as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do it and do it right. So 50 years from now, we look at that and say, hey, that's a product of, in part, the Opera House, or of the ARPA money, excuse me. And as opposed to some of these other things, which will hopefully also produce results and that sort of thing, but time will tell what 50 years from now we'll see from any of the other investments we make through giving this ARPA money. So it's an opportunity, and it's also an obligation, because, and I'm not sure the history on it, but I'm thinking 1893. Am I getting the right date right?
I might be wrong on it. I might be 2 or 3 years on.
So 1893, so almost 130 years ago, that building was developed and dedicated to be a forever living monument. We own it, like it or not, thinking we should be in the business or not, we own it. It's ours to take care of. In addition to that, the sheriff's residence, which is right next door, which is now empty, is another building that, as it turns out, the county owns. And that is, if my records are right, that's 1860 is when the sheriff's residence was built. We have a duty to also do something with that, which is part of, for those that have followed the plan for the Opera House renovation, shows that those two buildings are going to be used together to expand the program, to expand the offering, to expand the community engagement. And then as a reminder also, for those who are familiar with one of the many successful capital projects we did over the last 7.5 years, included the Expo Center, the Porter County Expo Center. And for those of you who weren't familiar with it before, it was a fine, okay sort of expo center that we had, and we had a fair, and as a county, I'd like to say that we have one of the best fairs in the country, frankly, and due in part because of the expo center. And for those of you, there could be people back, and there were, people back then saying, why are you gonna invest money in the expo center? Why would you invest it, we shouldn't be in the venue business, we shouldn't be in the fair business. Well, I can tell you, and I'm sure there's some exceptions, because I understand how it works, but almost anybody that would go out, knew the expo center before, and knows the expo center now, would say that that money that was invested was appropriately spent, it was the right thing to do for the county. And that's almost without exception. And so I view this as very similar to that.
Mr. President, I call the question. Can we just vote on this?
Yeah, so, I mean, regardless of how the vote goes, it doesn't mean, even if it gets killed, it doesn't mean that it won't be on the agenda next month at all. It's just, I think the timing, again, is perfect for this board. We're rolling into budget sessions. We've been able to walk and chew gum at the same time for a long time. We have a lot in front of us, so we can handle a lot, but, I tend to agree with a number of you guys that, we have a lot of issues in front of us that we can do, but we do get the final vote on it one way or another, whether we vote on the whole thing next month and approve the whole thing, approve partial, some of it, that's our job, that's our right, whether the process, however it came, good, bad, people who can change minds, when it comes in front of us, vote for a few things, send the rest back, however we want to do it, so, if you guys want it on the agenda next month, or wait till we, have a few more discussions about projects and the funding, it's up to you guys, so,
we have a...
And I want to just, and then I'm going to close with my comments. I want to make sure that I'm clear in the sense that much of what was done through the ARPA process was good stuff. There's no question about it. I particularly am most interested in the county-specific stuff because of the needs that we have and the history we have of getting projects done. And the organizations that are going to benefit, are first-class organizations. Many of them are Opportunity Enterprises, going to get a sizable amount of money. That's a wonderful thing. The MAC Foundation, the work they do with first responders and so forth is tremendous. The Boys and Girls Club, the work they do, and many others. But I can also say that with some of the organizations that didn't receive ARPA funds, and this is me speaking personally about it, I think we had a couple of misses too, and that's why I said I'm not all that quick to take the victory lap on the process. We've got one of the most, in my view, most successful community foundations in the state of Indiana, if not beyond that, with the Porter County Community Foundation. They had an application and submitted money for ARPA money, and they got zero. I could tell you, in my view, there might be some others similar to it, but there's not another organization that in terms of investing money appropriately to make sure that it does good work forever, the Porter County Community Foundation would be, if I had a significant amount of money, I'd entrust it in them because I know that it would be properly cared for. There's no question about it. The last thing I'm going to mention is another community or county asset that we own, like it or not, that is in desperate need of repair, is the Dunes Tourism Center. That's a building, that's a property that Porter County owns, and it is in desperate need of repair. They came forward with a request for ARPA money, and their request was very, very robust, and they ended up getting zero. And so, there's great successes throughout, great organizations throughout, some misses along the way, and we get one chance to do it right, and so pausing to make sure we do it right, knowing that we have time to do that, I think would be the prudent thing to do.
So, Madam Auditor, if we get a roll call on to have it on the agenda next month, again, even if it were to get voted down, doesn't mean it's not. I think just following what Justin said, it's in line with the timing. We just need to continue to discuss.
Okay, motion is to have it on the agenda next month. Councilmember Jackson.
No.
Yes.
Councilmember Wagner.
No.
Councilmember Rivas.
No.
Councilmember Bozak.
Yes.
Councilmember Brickman.
No.
And Councilmember Graham.
No.
So again, that doesn't, thank you, it doesn't mean it won't. I think you guys listen to the discussion, have discussion amongst yourselves, have discussion with the auditor, have discussion with the commissioners. You know, we've got to get this right. Justin, you hit it on the head. Let's make sure we get it right. So, there's a motion to adjourn, second. All in favor?
Wait a minute.
Signify.
Somebody else was. I won't come out, my life has been here for the last 4 hours. Out of respect to the people that have submitted their applications, the non-for-profits and everybody else that, you know, thinks they're getting money, I would say that it would be out of respect for them to maybe let them know that you guys are going to be taking longer than necessary. Some of these projects are obviously going to be affected by the timeline. I think they were expecting things or have been told in the past that this was gonna get approved in August, and now this might even go out to the end of the year. So I would, I mean,
Might change. It might all be done different, yeah.
and the other thing I would say is the Opera House, they should have applied, you know, and submitted their application just like some of the other government offices did. I think you're getting into a little bit of a situation now where people are going to maybe be a little bit offended if it gets brought to the table. I mean, you guys get to make your own decisions, but I'm just warning you that could become an issue. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. So thanks for your guys' time.
All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And sign.
Oh, I don't feel
Magic! Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
You know what, Jeremy, we do need to redo that. Yeah, I'll have it. Yeah, just do it.
They have, or that they haven't spent?
Yeah, I mean, they're not the need of somebody to take on.
And that's something on that, in the early renditions of it, it was different than what you see today. And I would say that as I looked at those early renditions, I would agree with you completely. I don't know, but it was less transparent, and I didn't like the look of it myself. And I would say if we did that, that'd be a big mistake. But I happen to think that the way it's presented now is actually architecturally appropriate.
But again, that's been the biggest thing, everybody's actually, I don't have it today. This is, I have to
It's off here any longer. You are no doubt in. Appreciate that. No, and I wouldn't expect it. Fitting in there. Probably. Okay.
I just thought,
and I'm not gonna get into rumor, innuendo, and he said, she said, and all that.
Then this is
fund is the one that we're under amendment levy taxable fund.
And I'm gonna tell you, Don, for the architectural drawings, 3 for 3 commissioners said, let's spend $400,000 to do the architecture drawing of renovating the Opera House. We've been talking about the Opera House since 2016. And that was part of the project that was gonna be done, and we didn't make the cutoff, so we said, okay, we're gonna do these other things first. So it's something that we have been talking about for a long period of time. 3 out of 3 commissioners said, let's spend $400,000 on the architecture. 2 out of 3 commissioners said, let's use ARPA funds to do it. And that was that first round of ARPA where we said $17.5 million. 2 of the 3 commissioners said yes. 8.5 or 6.5 of the council members said, yeah, no, I'm in. Make it part of the ARPA, the first half of that 6-17. And then, of course, it got retracted. But I'm telling you that there's a sense that the Opera House should be done. And to the degree that we have this opportunity, and if people believe it should be done. And I know you're talking to people that don't believe it, don't like it, think it's too much, we shouldn't be in business for it, we shouldn't borrow money for it, there's a whole litany of reasons why. Shouldn't we be more prudent